Okay, I'm not dead. Yet. Alright, good morning. Are you working? Hey, alright. Alright, let's get some side stuff done before I begin the real thing proper here. Let me guess, you're standing in front of Carrig, bounty hunter Nonpareil, because you have a mind to aid me in felling the dread Prionessus. Do I have the right of it, or do I have the right of it? Ronald, what's this? If I didn't know better, I could have sworn you just suggested you're unfamiliar with Prionessus. But that couldn't be. No sinner worth his salt could be so ignorant. Allow me to elaborate. Prionessus isn't just your run-of-the-mill stray sin-eater. He is the nastiest the realm has ever seen, formed from the remains of one of the goddamned warriors of light. There are 4 of them, all told, crawled up from the bowels of the deepest hell after being buried for nigh a century, if the tales are true. People have come to call them the cardinal virtues. Before he was transformed into a sin-eater, Prionessus was none other than Archmagus Nilebert, whose baleful magics were feared the realm over. Though it's only been a few short years since he first showed up in Amarang, he's already preyed on far too many innocents with his foul sorcery. Not keen on keeping their trade routes disrupted, the local merchants have placed a hefty bounty on his head. Of course, I'd like nothing more than to fell the fiend single-handedly and claim the entire bounty for myself. Unfortunately, circumstances have dictated that I recruit a champion, and that's where you come in. Provided you can prove to me that you possess a rather specialized set of skills that I require, I promise I'll make it worth your while. Not a bad offer, wouldn't you say? If you fancy yourself up to the task, come find me at Amarang. I mean to set off for there shortly. And he's got the zoomies. All right. Let's see here. We'll get Summoner. Started as well. Hey, you. Get back to where you're going. Get back to where you once belonged. Do me. No one could have predicted this. It's like all it takes is a good pee, and suddenly Kitty's like, I feel so good. Zoom. Oh, yeah. Greetings, Peter. 'Twould seem that Prin would speak with us about the second challenge. Congratulations, mister. You're sufficiently prepared to undertake the next test. Excuse me, Prin, but how can you tell? By analyzing the pattern of Master's ethereal emanations, I can gauge the strength and precision of his recently cast incantations. Of course, Master must attempt the challenge himself before I can provide an evaluation to the proper degree of accuracy. This will be a test of skill. To administer this trial under a prescribed condition, however, I must request the assistance of several more summoners to play the role of antagonists. Several more summoners? In this day and age, it won't be such an easy feat to arrange. And now, Mitra, the solution's right under your nose. Peter, your deeds have got the attention of the highest echelons of the flames. After learning what you're capable of, we've begun an initiative to take out our very own summoners into battle against the primals. A number of soldiers under my command have already begun intensive training. I handpicked several veteran survivors of the expedition against Ifrit, and they've been issued with soul crystals reclaimed from the Ashtons.
I and Captain Wolf have been howling in my ear for days, begging to enlist your aid and some kind of drill instructor for the ethereal gifted.
And now you're in need of summoners in this trial of yours, yes? I am prepared to offer my regiment's full cooperation. All I ask in return is a few morsels of advice for the acolytes. It seems a bad faith, and my enchantments do not restrict me from instructing neophyte summoners in the fundamentals of the art.
Oh, very well. I suppose such an arrangement could prove convenient for us all.
If I need to go around. Meet me at Camp Blue Frog, and I'll assemble the troops for inspection.
Quest accepted.
All right. Performing for Prim.
As in note, there are the 3 neophyte summoners who are assisting in the trial. I've heard elegant training can be rather remorseless. Do your best, but try not to injure them during the fray.
Looks like we're all here. Let's get on with the briefing, shall we? As you command, this second challenge will evaluate the elegance in your technique, as opposed to the magnitude of your miasma. First, I shall infuse the Egi of your opponents with secondary enchantments, and then you're to engage the entities in combat.
Pray explain to me the enchantment store the Aether expended during the battle, and allow for an in-depth analysis of your flair for deathbed, as it were. In any case, I expect you'll pass with flying colors.
Right, I suppose you should know who you're up against. Designation and rank.
Summoner Crispin, Private, First Class. We're grateful that we're grateful for aught you can teach us, sir. Summoner Denise, Sergeant. I'm new to spellcasting, but I've seen my share of combat, sir. And Crispin and I are to fight you as a pair.
Summoner Jessuretsu, Lieutenant. You have more than a few admirers in the barracks, Peter, sir. That doesn't mean we won't go easy at you. Enough chatter. Quickly march to the training ground, give the word to Crispin and Denise, and you're ready to begin your Egi. When you're ready to battle their Egi, Peter. After that, you'll be facing off against the Lieutenant's Beast. You won't be attacking my troops directly, so give it all you've got. All right.
Our Eki are primed for battle, sir. We'll unleash him as soon as you've given Crispin the command. Prepare yourself, sir. Denise and I will now summon our servants to battle. A pair of Ifrit Egi for you.
whooping up their members yet? Then come, because finish firming up in the members then. Because even together, me may think you don't hold a kettle to for no I can summon. Right, let's bring the flames. Oh my, so impressive. Thank you. Ooh, that's close. Good training. Hi, I had hoped for that one, but you snuffed it out real quick. Not much for a trial, eh? Well then, you're lucky I fought another primal during me time with the company of heroes. Ah, you're not the only summoner who can come and command more than one nefarious beastie. Say hello to your final opponent, Titan the Eggy. One of the Eggy boys. Accidentally killed by the goblin. Oh, my summoners put up enough of a fight for you. Anyway, shall we hear what the book has to say? I've ruminated upon the swells and echoes of your battle, and the picture is clear. Your technique is, without a doubt, a thing of exquisite beauty. Consider the second challenge conquered. Well, that's good news. Well, it's hardly surprising. After all, you did sweep through those Eggy like a storm through a field of dandelions. Methinks you've opened me eyes. I see I've still some work to do before I've truly mastered this discipline. I'm glad to know that you've been of service. Now, we really must be returning to Gridamia. See ya. Thank you, sir. It was truly an enriching experience. I pray train with us again in the future. Congratulations, Peter. With your impressive demonstrations of power and skill, you've already conquered 2 of Prin's 3 challenges. I haven't come to the final trial, however. Prin would further our education on elegant summoning. First, I would ask what you know of the rise and fall of summoning in the Elegant Empire. I've made to cover rather a lot of history, you understand. From our research, we've learned that summoners were initially lauded as heroes for your success against the primals. When certain of these mages began to abuse their art's power for personal gain, however, the adoration of the populace quickly shifted toward an oppressive hatred. Correct. We speak now of the latter half of the Third Astral Era. My creator, Master Sari, was one of those who expended his energies on the destruction of the primals, even as he fled from relentless persecution. Alongside his disciples, he triumphed over Bellius and many other lesser entities. Bellius? Better than the elder primal from whom Tristan once drew power. Master Sari must have been mighty indeed to defeat such a foe. Yet he still knew fear. The thought of the grand disciple of summoning would fade into oblivion was more than Master Sari could bear, and so he thought to preserve its legacy and provide for its successors. My creator was well versed in ethereal chemistry and held a particular interest in the technology of information. Broadly speaking, he researched methods for producing arcane geometry through grimoires and experimented with machine-enhanced Egi. He eventually abandoned both of these technologies, deeming them unsuitable for the instruction of future generations, hoping to provide guidance to those summoners yet unborn. He instead began writing and enchanting a work that would survive down the ages. He made me. Such an accomplished personage. Why then have I seen but scant mention of his name in Alag histories? As you've said yourself, it was an age for the adulation of summoners experienced an extreme reversal. It was likely that Master Sari's achievements were struck for the records, even as his loyal pupils, were struck down in the streets. I was shut in a storeroom, abandoned in my slumber like the common treaties on trade agreements in the southern provinces, and thus I can tell you naught of what befell my creator in his later years. I expected to try recite of the history of summoning, but you've shared with us your personal narrative. It is clear you hold a great deal of respect for Master Sari. I am a familiar. I simply relay information as it was expelled. This lecture is now over. As you wish, Prin. Well, Peter, it would seem class is dismissed for the moment. I suggest you recuperate from this day's trial and look forward toward preparing yourself to the further final challenge. Yes. Cat. Yes. 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 Oh, I keep wanting to mount and it keeps telling you no, you can't. I'm like, oh please. No. Meanwhile, Kitty says it's cuddle time. Alright. Alright, we'll check on our monies, and then we will continue on to the next thing. Woot! It is. I like it when Wi-Fi is good. Exit decisions adventures are my specialty. I will be done. Okay. Now what? Mordsuk. What's next then? Up this ways. Yeah, I can fly, I can fly, I can fly. I think this undignified mount is probably not going to last past this one summoning. It's just. Sorry, Moogles, you're just too silly. Ah, so you came. It's good to see someone who isn't all talk. As fortune would have it, another Sin Eater, a far less imposing specimen than Phronosis, of course, has been sighted just to the west of here. Prove to me that you have the skill to back up your words, and we'll talk further. You really dealt me, huh? Just a moment. Okay, so Bur Holy. Bur Holy is unaspected damage to target to all enemies nearby with a potency of 600. So it'd go boom. He's like, boom? I don't like boom. I think I don't like this mount either. This Anua is too slow. Looking at entirely well. Good show, friend. I wasn't sure what to expect from you, but seeing you in battle has left me with little doubt. Seems I found myself a formidable ally. And so I'll extend the offer in earnest. Help me hunt down Phronosis, and we'll split the bounty right down the middle. Well, what do you say? That's the spirit. Now, more you should know how we proceed. Come with me to Mordsuk, my base of operations, and I'll fill you in on the details. Hold on. She's right over there. Meow, says Kitty. Not at the moment. Welcome to Mortsuk, friend. As you can see, it's a bustling trading post frequented by merchants from across the realm. At least it was before Phronesis showed up and started preying on unwitting travelers. Hence the bounty you see. The lucrative reward has attracted the attention of one capable bounty hunter after the next, yet the fiend still roams free. You can probably imagine why. Those few who have seen Phronesis and returned to tell the tale speak of the great horrors they've witnessed. Cavernous black holes materializing out of thin air, swallowing everything around them into the abyss. People are taken to calling him the Hallows. Rumor has it that one barely has time to lay eyes on Phronesis before he summons forth the Hallows, which proceeds to consume everything in sight. And I do mean everything. Just the other day, the entire caravan was devoured by the Hallows, leaving only nothingness behind. Mages have postulated these holes are literally tears in the fabric of our reality, gateways to other worlds, to put it another way. At any rate, suffice to say, the next men to come back from the void will be the first. And yet there seems nothing odd about it all. Witnesses say that Phronesis doesn't seem to go out of his way to prey on people or settlements. He simply shambles across the wastes, summoning hollows one after the next, and the destruction follows as a matter of course. Needless to say, drawing too near to the fiend is tantamount to suicide. Even attacks from afar have been all but futile, but Phronesis simply summons the hollows to consume every incoming arrow. With every conceivable means of attack foiled, even the most savvy bounty hunters have all but thrown up their hands, even though the bounty now stands at some 9 or 10-fold the original amount. I'm of a different mind, however. The way I see it, if only there was a way to neutralize the Hallows, we'd more than stand a chance against Phronesis himself. That's why I require your services. Your easy triumph over the Sin Eater earlier spoke clear. You're a mage of no common skill. If anyone has the arcane knowledge and aptitude to help me figure out a way to defend against the Hallows, it's you. Sure. Don't worry, I fully intend to shoulder my share of the burden. And so I plan to gather all the information we need before asking you to put yourself in harm's way. And with that, I'd best get to work. Once I've formulated a proper plan to attack, we'll talk again. Until then, I suggest you continue to hone your casting skills. The battle that awaits us will not be an easy one. Sure. What's that?
I had it in mind to turn that off while I was there.
It's fine. No worries. Okay. Well, let's... The controller decided that would be the funniest time to die. All right.
Well, that was the best time for it to die.
Pretty close to it. I'm like, I'm going to go back to Yulmore. And then it's like, yeah, no, you're not.
At least it didn't do that in the middle of the video.
Right? Hey there, Alfino. What's up? There you are, Peter. The others have gone ahead to reconnoiter Gatetown. We are sure to follow shortly. It's been a while, has it not? Since the two of us infiltrated Yulmore? Since we faced Lord Volthroy? I felt such fury as I've never felt before. His actions are unconscionable, of course. Any abhorrence I felt for him entirely justified. Yet mingled with my rage there was something else. At first I was unsure what it was, but in the course of my struggles I found the answer. In Volthroy's self-righteousness and his absolute belief that he and he alone is the cure for the world's ills, I saw a reflection of myself, and it brought the memories of all my past follies flooding back. He is the vainglorious, ignorant fool that I once was, and having shared in his affliction, I feel duty-bound to open his eyes to the truth. Whether he'll accept it with good grace I did... Whether he'll accept it with the good grace I did is another question. I don't know. He seems kind of like a jerk. What is it, Reem? Do you sense the light, Warden? I'm not sure. The aura's different? Perhaps if we were a little closer. This time we're on our way in any case. Let us join our comrades in Gate Town. Pieter, as a precaution, I ask you to go first, to ensure the path is clear. The closer we are to Yulmore, the more I worry Rin may be recognized. If you see any prying eyes along the way, pray encourage their owners to look elsewhere. Sure. Oh yeah, there was a whole thing where met up with Minfilia, and when she came out of the meeting, Peter's like, your eyes are different. And somebody else is like, your hair is different. She's like, oh, that must be a gift from Minfilia. She's giving me my life back. It is I, agitated man. Both three. We hear, we obey. Ah! Yeah, Wolfman does not strike me as an ideal. Or someone who got a taste for power and likes the thing. The way he controls people is through his sanity. He controls them through fear. You yell the civilian and does not respond and continues his incoherent rambling. I do like the elephant. Doesn't really fit in with the forest creatures theme, but I still like it. The jungle's a forest, right? Long live Lord Valthroy. Long live Lord Valthroy. Alright, and it's sunrise. So it gets dark, and then light again. Oh good. Good of you to join us. I was debating whether to warn you, but it's too late now. I take it you noticed the people behaving strangely along the path? It's more the same here. Ishtala and Isael are investigating as we speak. Let's wait and see what they have to say. Money!
Strange. Passing strange. By their behavior, we may safely assume that they are under Vorthri's mind control. Yet the extent of the effect seemeth to vary dramatically between subjects. It is far too pronounced to be attributed simply to the vagaries of innate magical resistance.
Curiouser and curiouser. We met with no trouble en route. My thanks for securing the way.
Sure.
But given the state of the townsfolk, I see we were never in any danger of being recognized.
What can you tell us from here?
I sense a powerful eater in the uppermost reaches of the city. But there's something different about it. Its light is impure. We need to get closer.
Oh, so that one's Alphino. Well, unless you're triplets.
Kaishir, what are you doing here?
While I was scouting the area, I noticed a suspicious figure skulking about, so I accosted him, only to have him call me Alphino. I thought it best to bring him along.
You see, that informant who's been feeding secrets to the Crystarium, it's me. See, after you saved my life in Yulmore, I thought about going somewhere far away, but I couldn't just leave. Not without paying you back. So I decided to stay here, keep an eye on things. And whenever I spotted something strange, I shared it with your friends.
That took no small amount of courage. Well done.
I assume you saw what happened here.
Right, so, an airship flew in a bit ago, and not long after, Vorthri starts ranting and raving. You could hear him from all the way out here. Geezer was doing his nut, shouting and screaming like someone had nicked his pie.
'Tis like the airship bore the soldiers sent to thwart our efforts in Armorang.
So eventually the yelling dies down, and then this hot, sticky wind comes blowing through.
A sticky wind.
Now that's when everyone went funny. Not everyone but me. Well, me and a couple of newcomers, though even they started mumbling about Vorthri after a while. Not as bad as the rest, mind you.
Newcomers.
There's something I need Reen to see. This was among the townfolk's food stores.
Oh, that's just meal. Yulmore doles his stuff out.
No, it couldn't be.
It's an eater poop. It's people.
I know what it is. It's Sin Eater. Meal is made out of Sin Eater.
So it is. In limited quantities, it may have little effect on an average individual. Yet if one were to consume it regularly, over a period of several years, I suspect it would do far, far more than merely nourish the body.
That Vorthri wieldeth power over Sin-Eaters is known. Could it be that those who partake of their flesh do thereby render themselves susceptible to his influence? It would serve to explain why the town's newer arrivals succumbed less quickly than those raised on a diet of meal.
He's been rounding up Sin Eaters and feeding them to people. Altering them mouthful by mouthful, all to stop them answering back. There are desperate souls out there killing themselves to escape turning. This is unforgivable. An atrocity.
That's Lord Vorthri.
What if they are not simply rounded up? Do you
They're
remember what we
rounded
were
up.
told when first we came to the city? Many enter, but none leave. Let us put an end to it. To this paradise built upon the bones of the poor.
Looks that way.
Voltra's deeds are beyond justification, beyond forgiveness. Evil.
I'm glad you've joined the rest of us, Alfino.
It's highly probable that the Light Warden is waiting for us somewhere in there, and I'm all for going after it. But our enemies know our faces. They know that we are coming, and they will not let us through without a fight. Like it or not, the time for stealth is past. Now, my friend, if you would be so good as to lead the charge.
We'll dance like you've never danced before. Just accepted. Okay. The Senator. Wicked white. The elves scoffed the stuff without a second thought. Never got near so much as the others, but the bit of greens and bony fish I got don't seem so bad no more. When we step through the gates, we'll find not a place of hedonistic pleasure we remember, but a battlefield. If you're prepared for this, then let us sally forth. I'm gonna grab some water, and then we go get it. What do you say, Kitty?
I can feel it. A dark presence in my domain. It's them! The villains who would sow chaos in my perfect paradise! Keep them away from me! I command you! Keep them away! Long live Lord 4-3.
Well, time to kill the entire...
He would use his own people as shields.
Time to kill the entirety of the citizens of Yulmore.
This area is older than Gate Town. There are bound to be far more civilians under Voltra's control. But they do not act of their own free will, and we must not harm them.
Okay, Alfino, what's your plan?
As if we ever would. Press on with Alphino. We'll hold off the civilians and join you as soon as we can.
Hold them here with the other stuff on. I think I need to get that first. Take care. The rescue with me.
May the 12 guide you.
I'm not going to remember. Avoid hiding in the pump. good. Can make sense. So there's stuff on the other. Wait here. Come with you. Unfortunately, I haven't come to on my death then. Can't do it. I don't have it. Alright, my turn to make a heroic stand as soon as there's a wall. Now, Peter, into the tower.
Pay me back later.
You take care, okay? The justice from before. His friends, he groups together on this side of that. Good, no. Fight for your own volition, and you will not hold back. Unlike before, only one holds back.
Show's over.
Side split it. So by last.
Gift for you.
As the other one said, you think that was funny? That's the kind of thing. Yeah, we'll take the crown and gift. Some more soldiers.
You will find my master in his chamber.
It's Ranjit. He is.
But only should you kill me this day. And you will not.
You're one of his puppets too, you know.
You may think me under his spell, but I uphold Lord Vorthry's ideals of my own volition. Man is an inherently flawed creature. In his vain pursuit of righteousness, he but sows the seeds of future conflict. Thus, have I chosen to place my hopes upon he who has transcended men, upon he who is unbound by the vagaries of conscience. But enough talk. I am a soldier, and you are my enemy. Come, let us settle this once and for all.
I will dance like I've never danced before. And you, Grim Reaper. shall not stop me. Good morning, CJ. How you doing? And deep in the throes of Shadowbringers. So if this is something you do not recognize, you may want to clear out. Remember this fight. Okay, good. Yeah, I was worried because like this is not a good time to show up. This is a key fight. But yes, if you've already seen it, then get very good. Welcome, welcome. Patch quest now. Alright, very good. So Shadowbringers has been pretty dang good. People told me it was better than Heaven's Word. I'm not convinced. I mean, I'm not done with the story. Your favorite so far? I mean, that seems to be the consensus. Having not seen the end yet, I can't really comment. Destroy you, I shall. Love the pixie stuff. I mean, it's pixies. It's the Fae. Acting very Fae-like. So childishly dangerous. Very much so. Zero concept of consequences. Which again, I mean, that's very, very Fae-like. The Fae make terrible enemies and even worse friends. I said this. I really enjoy Dancer, but it requires your attention at all times. You can't really look where you're going. fires of whatever. I was a little frustrated. Move that I interrupted. His daughters died. And he got reunited. Yay! Are you all right, Peter? Yeah, I'm fine. The citizens appear to have calmed down for the moment. I can only assume Vothroy is otherwise engaged. Let's get to the upper level while we can. Sure. Let's see what new horribleness is up there. We have squishy sounds. That's not good. So what's up, Vothroy? What are you eating?
Lord Vothry! Your reign of tyranny is at an end! For too long you have preyed upon the desperation of the poor. Now you will answer for the suffering you have caused! And if you harbor even a shred of remorse, I beseech you to use your powers to redress the balance. For the future of all in Norvrant.
You know, I think you were barking at the wrong tree there, bud.
No, it can't be. This is wrong. It's wrong. The Warden, it's not just a Sin Eater. It's a man.
There you go.
Remorse? For the future of all? What nonsense is this? There is no justice but mine. No future but mine. No will but mine. It is preordained. I was born to deliver this wretched world.
What's under the cloak? Quay.
Me? Unseated? No. It's impossible. Inconceivable. Absurd. I am a great and wise king. Greatest and wisest. I reign from on high.
Both king and god.
I will not be brought low by maggots like you! Ah!
So what's under the cloak, bud?
Oh, yes. Of course. I can begin again. Rebuild my paradise. Once I finish my dinner.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh God, no. Stop him! Thancred, stop him!
Where did he go?
We went outside to transform.
What in the heavens?
Did Vorthri do that?
How will we get up there?
Wait! That is Mount Golg, the highest peak in Calusia. It lies on the other side of a sheer cliff, and much as I wish it were otherwise, it is beyond our reach for now. But even if it weren't, there are people here who need our help.
Oh, Alphino.
Please, even if it's only to tend to their wounds.
That battle's for later in the game, bud. It's like, oh, fine. I'll help too. All it is to raise our spirits.
Thank you.
I don't know if it will work, but if Vorthri's hold over the people is rooted in light, I might be able to reverse its effects. Will you let me try?
Of course. We'd be grateful for any help you can provide.
Well then, if it's decided, let's all get to work.
Good news, Peter. It would seem that Rin is indeed able to reverse the effects of Vorthri's influence. Even as we speak, she tends the afflicted in turn. The problem being, there is no end to them. We're trying to provide what relief we can for those who are waiting, and would appreciate your help, if you're willing. Now turn to the Aetherite and Yulmore! Huzzah! You're like, I don't need permission. I can do what I want. Alright. Okay, this is for building stuff for special deliveries. quite a bit of the main story to go, if you remember correctly. All right, cool. Definitely old for that. Alright. Anything I can turn in over here? Does not appear to be so. Nothing here. Nothing here. Nothing here. Oh, we do have some stuff. All we got. Okay. Any of the Yokai Watch event? Yep, just a little bit. Got 5 medals to turn in and 4 of the legendary Jabinyan medals. I'll eventually get more of that. That's kind of just something I'm doing on the side when I have nothing else to do. I'm not particularly interested in that. It's like one of those things like, I guess I can. Okay, gather a script here. Alright, let's some of these rings. Oh wow, okay. That was a pretty big bump there. Okay, and in that case, I don't think there's really much else I need to be doing at the moment. Yawn, says Kitty, and he yawns. Master recipes are useful. Yeah, they help you get more scripts. Yep. All right. So I've taken care of everything here. So the mage finally got my Mikoshi mount yesterday. Nice. Favorite mount in the game? Nice! So here's some dream powder. We're administering it to the enthralled to keep them calm until they can receive proper attention. I would appreciate it if you could assist with this task. Now, those afflicted are scattered all over the city. I suggest starting your search at the derelicts and working your way up. When you're done, be sure to let Rin know. Yeah, I know. Buttress. Talking carried by a bunch of little catfish guys. Oh yeah. I've used that. I'm close on that one. Hey there, kitty. I'm trying to think what is the best mount that I've gotten so far. I mean, besides Midgard-Summer, that is the best mount in the game. The most recent really good mount I've got is the Nerid, the Arafon. Hey there, Throach. Oh, Lord Valthree, you are my daily meal. My daily meal. Some dream powder. Apothecary can get you some stuff that I'm not going to use. To the mainstay. Yes, I know, you're a cat. Notice me, senpai! They get the Final Fantasy V card about event. Nice thing about it is you can help pull people that can ride on it. Yep, that is a very nice thing about that particular mount. Yes, the waifu got that one as well. Just for getting people who have an unlocked flight in the areas and spot they need. Right, exactly. Amiable maiden. Ah, it hurts. Please, Lord Balthree, take away the pain. You're a kind soul who saved me from falling to my death. My mistress, she's been injured. Please help her, I beg of you. Take away the pain. Here's some dream powder. Hi.
Hi.
Yep. The waifu says hello back. What's this? She's sleeping. Medicine to help her rest while she awaits treatment, you say? Oh, thank you so much. When she began acting strangely, I didn't know what to do. Yep. Wife has been laid up. We've had a sick household, really, since Saturday of last week. It was not good. So I am glad that she's feeling better. There's no way I'm gonna be able to get there. Yeah, it's a jumping puzzle, which makes it my least favorite thing. That was the one and only attempt I'm going to make.
That thing was really hard. I would go up one more level.
Yep, I'm not even going to mess with it. It's a jumping puzzle. It'll give you a sense of pride and accomplishment. It's like, nope, I'm out. Must stop trespassers sullying our paradise. Oh, where did you fly to, my sweet canary? I bet that's Wolfroy. Yeah, meal. I mean, I assume it's pretty much everyone. He just knew. They've all been eating it. Oh, there you are, Pieter. I finished eating this man. Now for the next one. More out of the derelicts than below, you say? So many. But when Ophelia entrusted this power to me, I won't rest until I've helped everyone. I'll go and see to the wounded. I'm sure Alfino and Alice would appreciate the help. And should you find any other enthralled citizens, please see that they're brought to me.
You're going to be all right.
I think that's the last of them.
We've done all we can for the wounded. As for the rest...
Aren't you Alfino? The painter boy? What in the world is going on? Did something happen to us?
Let me handle this.
Lady Chai, she's the best. Yeah. She's a sweetheart.
Citizens of Yulmore, what I'm about to tell you will come as a shock. Indeed, you may be loath to believe it, but if you trust the evidence of your senses, it is my hope that you will listen and accept the truth, unpalatable though it may be. Vorthri is a sin-eater. Everything he offered, everything he promised, was a lie.
Okay, well, don't hold us in suspense. How are they taking it? Unpalatable phrasing.
They're not taking it well, and who could blame them?
Are you saying we were Vorthri's puppets all this time?
When you attacked us, you were not yourselves. That much is true. But your conduct prior to that moment was your own. Vorthri's unnatural charisma does not absolve you of all responsibility. Of your own free will, you came to this city and gave yourselves over to its pleasures. And in the course of this, if you mistreated those less fortunate than you, then that too was of your own free will. It is not for me to judge you, but for your victims, for history, for your conscience. You have dreamed a twisted dream, but now you are awake. You may yet share this world of ours. Join with us and each other, that we might begin anew. We've lost so many already. We dare not lose any more. I have said my piece. My thanks for giving me the chance. There is nothing more to be done here. Let us go after Vorthree.
Is there anything we can do to help? You risked your lives to bring us to our senses, and I, for one, hope to repay that debt. Begin anew, as you said.
Vorthree has fled to Mount Gulg, and we mean to pursue him. Do any of you know the way?
The only way to Mount Gulg is over the Bright Cliff. Have you an airship?
We will contemplate flight only as a last resort. Were we to come under attack whilst airborne, we would have little hope of defending ourselves.
Indeed.
If at all possible, we would prefer to travel by land. Is there a way?
Well, the ladder is the only way up and down the cliff, but it hasn't moved in a long time. In the old days, it was operated by the mining folk who lived at the top. After the flood, it saw less and less use, and when Lord Vorthree took control, it was abandoned altogether.
So we somehow need to get the ladder working again.
It moves by means of a talos, if that's any help. But good luck repairing that.
Oh, repairing taluses is our speciality.
Talos? Did someone say Talos? You know all about them, don't you, dearest? If anyone can get this lift moving, it's you.
Well, perhaps. But see here.
What?
Oh, yes. If you want the golem restored, you may leave it to my husband. For he happens to be the heir to Daedalus Stoneworks, foremost makers of Talos, whose contracts include the renowned mining venture of Armoreng.
Oh, so that's why Amarung was abandoned.
It's been years and years since I had anything to do with it. I can't just pick up a hammer and set to work.
You can't.
No, that's not what I... It's just... All right, I will take a look at the Talos. But beyond that, I make no promises. Those with strong backs, come with me. I'll need help dragging the damn thing out of the storehouse.
Huzzah!
Well done, brother.
Rich actually being useful. Oh, that's an unusual turn of events.
Come, my friend. We have work to do.
As I listen with joy. Well, the ladder is suitable in the north and west of Ride. Let us make our way there, yet, huh? Interesting music in the background. Arner is staring mournfully over the railing. Oh, my letters. Scattered by the winds. Whose idea was it to build this city in so many breezy walkways? No, I'm in this too. I've no one to blame but myself. They're important to me, though, so I might ask you search for them. There are 3, all told. They likely came to rest in the derelicts, as these things tend to do. Line? But he does enjoy whining, so. The kitty darts about and whines some more. Poor bored kitty. Here, Queen Bee. Pardon me for saying so, sir, but if you have something of a different air about you than the usual clientele, are you that bold and daring sort, perhaps? Wonderful. I require someone willing to undertake a dangerous mission, you understand, to venture to the derelicts. The word has reached me that our beloved honeybee, most popular honeybee, Selena, was spotted there of late. Both patrons and staff have difficulty coping with the recent revelations. But Selena must have taken it harder than most. She hasn't returned to the beehive since. If you have the stomach for the task, I implore you, bring her back. None of us can actually go down there. We really are. I mean, you're not, so good on you, I suppose. Oh yes, the snottiness did not come from the Sin Eater. Aha, we have a letter. My heart will not go on. That's unbelievably terrible. I freaking love the names of quests in this game. That localization is just so wonderful. And now tear-stained letter. Sure. I'm busy. If not, I would greatly appreciate some help in repairing this shed. Something of a mess at the moment. I'm no mumbo, but it'll take ages. It'll take ages to get the work done if I have to stop and hunt down more materials. Could you bring me 4 solid-looking planks for the time being? Some of the wood from the old sunken ships also could be put to use. Oh, stranger, please tell me you saw a group of 4 children while making their way here. I swear they vanished in the space of an eye blink. I'm told it's dangerous to wander about by themselves, that they damage from the rot and the sheer drop the ocean below, but they never listen. And now you can't find them anywhere. Would you please help me search for them? The longer they're left to their own devices, the greater the chance they'll come to harm. That's possible. They could be zombies. On the other hand, they're children, and children are constantly trying to commit suicide. What's this? It looks delicious. Like, no, put down that cleaner right now. I have to beat that out of them. Right? Oh, let's see. Who's this person? Greetings, sinner. If you're wondering about the chair, the little perk of my trade is getting to keep the odd luxury good for myself. If I'm a provider, you see. They can be like a merchant, except I don't set up shop. I just figure out what people need and make sure they get it. Captain, seems to me what you need is an interesting way to occupy your time. I can provide that, and in return you'll bring me back some information. Sound fair? Yeah, whatever. It's a deal. Now, as I said, I need information, and lots of it. Things like what just happened here. They change the status quo, you see. And that changes demand. It makes people more of some things and less of others. I have to make sure I get the right goods in the right quantities, else it's a waste of my time. And that's where you come in. You'll just ask around here at the derelicts, and then come back and tell me what's in demand. Of course, you can't always trust people. Or tell you what they need, or even that they know it. Come to that. Nah, you've got your prudent folks, you've also got your melodramatic folks, you've got those who can't put 2 and 2 to save their lives. Make sure you mind what sort you're talking to. Right, I need you to network for me, could you? Oh, typically when Zol asks, I tell him we need some firewood, a few foodstuffs and glue, but not, the whole lot of glue. Now, not more firewood. but not less either. I'm not sure about the rest. Hey, thank you for wasting my time. The Amaro keep to themselves. Amaro for hire if you're interested. I'm not actually. I just wanted to get that thing to go away. Hey, quiet girl. Talk to me. Hush, I'm hiding. Let's see, what else is there? Let's see, what percentage of the way through the normal quest line am I? 78. So about 80% of the way through the story. Before first credits. At last, eye contact. I know not why, but the other poppers who passed through this avoided my gaze most intently. Dreadfully ill-mannered, a lot of them. I should think they ought to be grateful for the opportunity to complete this task for me. An opportunity that is now yours. In short, I require that you locate my manservant, who served me faithfully for several years. He recently displeased me in adding a touch too much milk to my afternoon tea, and alas, I unthinkingly pushed him into the sea. Really, bro? I feel somewhat contrite about what now my mind has been freed of Balthazar's influence, of course, particularly as I found myself entirely incapable of lacing my boots without assistance. And will be forced to wear these hideous shoes ere he returns. Searching for him myself is quite out of the question, naturally. If I could remember his name, I suppose I might call it out, but as matters stand, I am afraid I have to rely on you to seek him in my stead. I don't know anything about this person. I am worthless. I cannot even dress myself. The young man is in still considerable stature, with rather long hair. I do hope he's keeping it well groomed while he's away. I imagine he may be found weeping in the derelicts or some such. Once you locate him, please do convey my apologies for having acted in such haste, and tell him, lest there be any doubt, that I should be delighted to have him return to my service.
He could be dead, David.
He could. I'm sincerely hoping he's not dead, because I want to hear what he has to say as a response to that. A debonair dame. Pardon the imposition, but I'm in desperate need of your assistance. I lost several pieces of jewelry that are ever so dear to my heart in the commotion, and I've been unable to locate them. I'm searching for a tiara emblazoned with my house crest, an engraved necklace, and an amethyst ring. As you might guess, each is a family heirloom. I know not where I dropped them, out of my wits, as I was at the time, but they cannot have vanished in thin air. They may be in the city somewhere, only with the faintest inkling of where to look. Please, might I beg your help? I would give anything to have them safely returned to me. Well, obviously, she can't look herself. I mean, goodness. You've seen how dirty this place is. Really, the servants have been quite impossible since it was discovered that people were eating them. Just have no gratitude, really. Oh. This has a nice ring to it. All right. Let me just go through this whole thing counterclockwise, like. Without meal, we're doomed. Doomed, I say. Oh, the price of even a single fish has skyrocketed. Or, you know, you could sell the fish and get lots of money. That's an option. I mean, that's all he's eaten. It made it so much easier. Lumber. Well, I guess I'm just gonna rip this thing to shreds, huh? Okay. Look out! Well, whoops. The derelicts of Shantytown provide shelter for the destitute masses who huddle around the base of Yulmore. Many have built shacks, planks scavenged from the derelicts, sea vessels left to rot once the flood of life made the seas impassable, while others simply squat on whatever remains of the ship's broken hulls. So twine. Days passed and a contract with House engineered it. The bill established blah 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 blah. I don't actually care about any of this. I don't actually care. Just make it go away. Alright, there we go. There's a glittering object weighed in a crevice between the two boards. Extracting it from its hiding place, you see it's a ring. One that's fared rather poorly in the elements. Perhaps Tai Shura would know to whom it belongs. Hey there, Selena. I have something important to ask you. I don't know what, though. Queen Bee's worried on my behalf. Oh, dear. I'm sorry, but I cannot return with you. My beloved, you see, he was caught up in the chaos, and I don't know. People saw him fall. He was right there that it happened, they told me. You must understand, if there's any chance the sea didn't take him, that he was swam ashore somewhere, having a piece of debris, hasn't found his way back, I need to keep looking. Please. Sorry, that's not acceptable. You'll have your contract canceled if you do that. Finding loved ones is not covered in the NDA. Yep. That's what I do. I'm a scavenger. Look, these are the ship's lumber. Huzzah! Oh, that's right. I can't zoom out. Got to do this old-fashioned way, walking like some kind of peasant. How could I help you? I'm, apparently looking for a manservant. What? Oh, rather, yes, it is certainly I am whom you seek. That the master regrets casting me into the sea does come as a surprise, however. For blessing, I was rescued by some kind-hearted Ondo, who happened to be in the area. However, I did feel compelled to offer them my spear in return. Tragic though it is, given that the master primarily valued me for my services as a bodyguard, it would be quite impossible for me to return my employ now. Yes, it's out of the question, I'm afraid. Please give him my regrets, and tell him that I will miss him dearly. Oh, so very much. What's up, carefree boy? My mother wants us home, but we're playing hide and seek. You tell her we're not leaving. Not till one of us dies. Okay. Cool, kid. There was this one game where it was a two-player game, and one child is constantly trying to kill themselves. The person playing the child is constantly trying to kill themselves, and the person playing the adult is constantly trying to child-proof the house and keep the child from killing themselves. It was a very funny concept. Well, since you're asking, I can certainly do with some extra glue. There's a lot of damage here. As for how much, about twice as much as I'd normally use, I'd say. You're a nervous girl.
Oh, you aren't it. Whew. Tell Mother that we're not going near the ocean, so we'll be fine. And tell me if you find anyone else.
Big Bender.
So your kids found the best hiding places actually inside the oven. Nobody found them there. Did you find the lumber? Lumber and the ring. What's this? A ring? Oh, my precious. Oh, it's a customs ring. They used to serve as authorization for traders near Yulmore. Oh, how do I know? Well, I used to work in the shipyard, as a matter of fact. Read a lot about history in the time. And someday I'd like to rebuild one of those old ships. They get fit to sail the world in grand adventures once again. It's a far cry from stripping the same vessels for shared materials, but the man can dream. I'll give you a portion of my pay for this job as thanks for your help. I thought about splitting my lunch with you instead, but the money is probably more portable. I'm considerably less ripe at this point. The Glory Gate. This grand entrance leads to the buttress layer of Yulmore, a sudden and jarring shift into the world of splendor. Crowds of hopeful petitioners yearn for the chance to pass through its iron-bound doors, but the path to glory is far narrower than the width of the gate would suggest. Yes, the glory hole is rather small, isn't it? I'm just reading what it says here. I'm sorry, I can't help it. Phrasing! Oh, for the love of... I am glad they're safe. Thank you. I'm a bit cautious, I admit. But you must understand, we have no way of knowing what's going on above. When the monster suddenly appeared in the sky, I didn't know what to think. What if there are more? I'm their mother. It's my job to keep them safe, and I will. But I'm going to make them scrub so many pots for this. Unfortunately, kids love pots. So what good should I hunt down? Oh, Lord. Hey, Bruni, welcome! Use your amount of firewood to try some of this food and glue. Oh, that's about what I expected with the damage caused by the chaos and the lack of mule. People are bound to need food and materials to make repairs. Fortunately, those are both within my means to provide. Thanks for your help. I hope you enjoy learning a bit about the business. You really met some characters, eh? Yep. Yes, good morning, good morning.
A brand new day. Oh, just woke up. Well, I hope that the waking up goes well for you. It generally is a difficult process for most people. So this is the hole in the glory gate. You can make your own name for it. A lone free citizen. Oh, why has he not returned with you? It turns out he hates your guts because you suck. Oh dear, I dare say that spear was his only possession. But to replace it is a simple matter, and I shall do so forthwith, now that I know where he may be found. Ere I depart, do accept this as recompense for your services. But it is but a pittance for me, I assure you. Now, I must make haste. He did say that he missed me dearly. I shall have to ask for his name this time. Yeah, well, I sure didn't. Yep.
I'm trying to convince him, hey, I need help waking up my mood.
All right. So missing jewelry is supposed to be around here somewhere, maybe? I don't know. You remember doing this? Bruni says she remembers doing this. Well, this looks like this is going to be obnoxious. Not up here. I'm not to the point where I'm asking, like, where it is yet. Like, don't tell me the answer, but I'm probably going to get there pretty soon. This is one of those scavenger hunt type things where I can't find where the sparklies are. Oh, there's a sparkly. Oh, it's a letter. Okay, very good. Okay, well, look at some other areas then. Well, hello there. Haven't we met somewhere? Oh, it's you. I saw you fight. You were so strong, so confident, and so careful not to injure any of the civilians. Maybe you'd be interested in helping out with what I'm planning. I'm a fairly decent cook, actually. I sometimes feel as though I'm the only thing I'm good at. And I thought it might bring people comfort to know that they could come here and get a decent meal. The trouble is, there are too many options as to what I could prepare. And I'm not much in breaking decisions. I would simply ask around, but civilians tend to get a bit nervous when a member of the army starts asking questions, and I don't want to cause anyone any more distress. That being the case, would you mind asking a few people what sort of dishes that might lift their spirits? I don't need the recipes, just ideas. Got any more of that mule?
That's what they want.
Just scratching their shin. Could really use some more mule. Oh, free meals. Well, I'd certainly improve the mood around here. As for what people would enjoy, perhaps a dish they've never had before. I'm not terribly familiar with anything other than the Verbite cuisine myself. Okay. It's up. Yes, I just now saw. Hard to tell with understory written directly over the arrow, but yeah. He's up. Where is it? Where's the other area? So there's one more area you can go to. Look over here. Up. Okay. I was going up, and you're like, wait, there's one more area you can go to. I'm like, okay, where is it? Ah, there it is. Blazing Tiara. Huzzah! We've got the goods, we've got the goods, we've got the goods. Hey, we got the goods. Alright, what do you got here? Food that would lift my spirits. Oh, velvet muffins, maybe. Oh, my mother used to make them. They were so good. Tasted like mule. Ah, there you are. Do you have any luck? I got your letters. Meow. You found all three. Wonderful. Couldn't possibly express how difficult it would be for me to rewrite them. Now, I've had a good look at you. Are you perchance one of those responsible for freeing us from Balthury's influence? I was. I thought as much. You have my thanks for opening my eyes. I used to reside in the Crystarium, you know. But the moment I saw for myself what happens to eaters, take a person, truly understood for the first time that our world teeters on the brink of destruction. I was terrified. I knew I could do nothing to change my fate. And so I came to Yulmore, hoping to forget it instead. Abandoning my work, my family, everything. And I felt no guilt for it. Convinced, as it was, nothing mattered. Now, though, the scales have fallen from my eyes, and I've always been a coward, and what I did was betrayal of the highest order, and I know there's no going back. Nothing else, however, I could apologize for what I've done. That'll work. So I labored over these letters, hoping to convey my contrition. I don't expect forgiveness, but I hoped I might mean something, at least to those who are left behind. I cannot alter what has been done, but I can change myself, try to be better. And you always have my gratitude for giving me the ability to see that. You and your elven friend, both. Thank you. Sure. I'm sorry. Hey, I know I abandoned you and left you for dead, but I'm sorry. So, forgive me? Sure thing. Standing atop a sunken ship, hoping for her beloved's return. Oh, how poetic. Indeed, sufficiently poetic that I am more concerned than ever that she may do something rash. Very well, I will attend to her myself. Though I would feel much reassured for your presence, if you would be so kind as to accompany me. Sure. Well, you see, those people, they're covered in filth. It really is. I mean, I don't even know if they use the restroom. They just kind of go wherever. It's very stinky down there. Meanwhile, Kitty is letting me know how much he purrs. Purr. Oh, how about Calusian stew? It's a popular dish before the flood, apparently. All I really know is it's meant to incorporate a variety of seafood, and I've always wanted to try it. It's a shame I've never had traditional food from my homeland. never let go, Jack. I'll never let go. Selena, please. You must heed my words. It is not safe for you here.
I don't care. What's the point of me being safe if he's not?
There's a great deal of meaning in your being hale and whole, as I'm sure your sweetheart will agree. But if you would not believe that, consider this. Your chances of finding him would be significantly increased if you were to ask for help. Allow me to demonstrate. My good sir, you've proven yourself fearless thus far. Might I impose upon you to assist in the search? I would personally ensure that you are rewarded for your efforts. Oh, sure, I can help.
Oh, I didn't even think. I mean, everyone else told me to give up. Thank you.
Of course. My earlier statement was not merely referring to your physical well-being. I will leave the search to you and your stalwart friend here. But do return to the hive once you have located your beloved. I think you'll find that your absence has been felt most keenly. Oh boy, I got some meal.
Thank you for agreeing to help. I know that he's out there somewhere. Beneath the pale moonlight. Oh wait, there is no pale moonlight. There's only this eternal light. I feel he's out there. Sure. I should check below decks again. While I do, could you search the Calusian coast in my stead? I've been thinking he may have washed up there. But, well, it's crawling with vicious creatures, and I do have some sense of self-preservation. Look for an elf, about my age. You'll know him when you see him. I'm sure he has silky hair and the most gorgeous smile. Yeah, sure, I'll look for hot elves. That'll narrow it down. Oh yeah. Kitty wants everyone to know how much he loves. It's important that we understand. Purr, purr, purr. Purr, purr, purr. Looking for hot elves in your area. It's not hard to do, really. How you doing, Ninja Souls? Welcome. Tim-haired Dane. Were you able to locate my heirlooms? I mean, I got this thing, and it's a tiara, and a necklace, and this right here's a ring. Doing all right. How about you? I'm doing great. I'm feeling much better. I was sick last week. Well, I gave it to my wife, and I got better. That's how that works. But no, fortunately, she's pretty good, too, at this point.
Yeah, today is a lot better than even yesterday.
Yeah, she's improving. Oh my, you found all three. There can be no mistake. There can be no mistake. There, I use my word. Seek and to serve is inscribed here, you see. My family's motto, long before we came to Yulmore. It's usually how it works, right? My grandmother taught me its meaning. We ought to love one another before ourselves, aid the poor and the downtrodden. And I see with clarity now. It's that spirit that those of us in Yulmore have been lacking, which we must reclaim, like my ancestors, like you. We must learn to care for others, regardless of the benefit to ourselves. I know not how I could possibly thank you enough for this, but please, believe me, you have my eternal gratitude. I have infinite money, but here, take my gratitude. Thanks, bud. Definitely got a sense of pride and accomplishment from that. Appreciate it. Oh, you wrote them down. Oh, thank you. Let me see. There you go. Boba muffin, Calusian stew. I've made these for my patrons before. I'll need some fresh seafood from Stilltide, but that shouldn't be an issue. As for a dish that people in Yulmore haven't had before, what do you think? Have you come up with anything in your travels outside the city that people might enjoy? Perhaps a relaxing cup of herbal tea to pair with the meal. Yes, that does sound pleasant. You can't focus solely on the food after all. I don't have the slightest idea what an Ishgard is, but I'd certainly be willing to try brewing tea with lily bulbs. I'll prepare each of these with the care they deserve, and hopefully my fellow Yomorans will find some solace in sharing a warm meal. I'm off to fetch ingredients, but before I go, here's a little something that I prepared for you as thanks. I hope it suits your tastes. Well, hold on to you. Oh, honey, you just don't understand. Mule, the food of champions. It goes down smooth. Isn't that right, kitty? It's like bacon. A little bit. I know, kitty. Like, I am purring so loud. Why aren't you noticing me? Senpai! Youthful elf. Hello, are you the hot elf in my area? I can't say I know any Selena, unless that would get me into Yulmore, in which case I definitely know her. That is fantastic. Let's see. Purr. Oh, purr. If not, we'll just bring him back anyway. That's your hot elf. That's good enough, right? Bookie-haired elf with a gorgeous smile. Oh, I'm saved. I was so tired after swimming to shore, you see, that I crawled over here and dropped off to sleep. I'm sure you can imagine my horror upon finding those visages when I awoke. Oh, yeah. Your hot lady is looking for you. Oh, it's Selena. I had no idea I'd been gone so long. Of course, I will return to Yulmore immediately. Please, join us there. I'm sure she'll want to thank you for all you've done. Later. See you later, CJ. Thanks for stopping by. Alright. How do I get back up? Oof and Z. I know, yes, you're adorable. Thank you, Kate. I love so much. For Kitty. Loudly purring. Near, far, wherever you are was the name of that mission. Where we were looking for his hot elf. Or her hot elf. Yes. Meow. I just thought, what if I just let the cat try to purr at the microphone? And boy, he went to town on it. Little gamer cat action there. Yep, Loki loves all of you. Now please notice him, senpai. That's his message. I am. This will unlock an area I've needed to be unlocked. Pieter, dost thou see yonder pair of talos? I do. For a blessing, they are found to be in good repair. Master Chai prepareth to activate them as we speak. With our arcane knowledge, Istra and I will serve as his assistants. At the appointed hour, we shall imbue the golems with ether. Others, however, meanwhile, attend to the ladder itself, which hath too long lain neglected. Extensive maintenance will be needed ere it can move again, as well as myriad materials with which to perform it. If thou art willing, we would prevail upon thee to procure lumber. There's plenty of lumber down by the docks. My thanks, Pieter. Directly to the south, thou wilt find a dry dock, Venmont yards. Pray see that you can persuade the folk there to part with some lumber for our cause. And then return to the Waking Sands. No, I'm good. From here? Yeah, you totally can. So, unlike everyone else, I can pass through the gateway. I haven't looked. Light. Oh there, Sinner. Haven't seen you around before. New to Gate Town, I take it. If you need lumber for a shack, come to the right place. You can do the building for you too, without a cost extra. Yeah, I just need stuff to get the thing set up and ready to go. If you want lumber to restore the ladder, why in the world would anyone want to do that? If you don't have coin, the least I can do is get over a believable excuse. Look, I'm not one to turn folk away. I'll give you the lumber if you do me a favor in return. I need you to kill that monster over there. I just finished taking stock of our supply. I was about to do another round for good measure. I want you to do the counting instead. We'll see if your total matches mine. Now, some of the lumber is lying about the yard, and some of it's kept in the storehouse. For these, you can just ask your Phil for the number. Here, I'll lend you some writing materials so you can take notes. Take stock of the number, supply of the lumber in the yard. You learn... What you learn can be reviewed in your key items. Alright, just a moment. Be right back. Continue, let us. Alright. Lumber stack. $11 planks in this stack. Thanks for Irvith, are you? Last I counted, we had 68 planks in the store here. So that'd make what, 79? None of those arrived though, so we took them out, so that'd be 70. Forget those, none of those just arrived. 13 planks all told, but one's damaged. It's good for kindling now. Right then, bring the good ones here, I'll let the rest know as well. But we're at 82 right now. How many planks did I make that now? I know those numbers anyway, right? I'm sure you can work it out. Don't know the details of the conversation. Fortunately, I was keeping track. So, 82 is the number we're currently at. $82 plus 24 is 106. Okay, how many pranks did you count? 106. That's exactly what I counted. Thanks for your help, friend. Taking stock of Thayer puts me to sleep, but it has to be done. As promised, I'll give you your lumber. What do you need it for, anyway? I'm repairing the freaking thing, like I said. You were serious about the ladder. I'll be damned. If that's the case, please, let us help with the work. We shipwrights are no ships to build, only shacks. While it's a living, we do itch to do something greater. This fellow you say is in charge. Figured he'd mind the likes of us barging in on the project? We'd welcome the help. Wonderful. I'll round up the lads and lasses and we'll head over to the ladder, along with all the lumber you need. Excellent. Alright, well, once we have finalized this, we should be good. Need to be level 78. Ah, thou art returned. Wert thou able to procure the lumber? Oh, yeah, sure. Well, to secure not only the material, but eager cooperation for the shipwrights inside. The expedition shall greatly avail our efforts. Master Shai's own efforts have not been without struggle, but he hath proven himself to be a determined soul. I doubt not but that the work shall be complete ere long, and we shall continue on our way once more. Though it hath been years in the making, at long last did the people stand united in defiance of the world's fate. Their hopes spurred us ever onward toward journey's end. Whatsoever may avail us, when thou takest those final steps, I pray it shall be with a smile upon thy face. Ah, but prematurely do I give myself sentimental musings. Many more pressing concerns demand our attention, not the least of which is the latter, as a matter of which, how we will reach the mountain, detached from the land as it is. For the present, 'twould seem we have matters here well in hand. Perhaps, if thou take thine ease for a time, thou wilt need every ounce of thy strength for the trials ahead. Oh, I'll deliver him when I feel like it. I'm waiting for another crystal. Once I get another crystal, I'll head back and get that. But I know, don't worry, your hot elf shall be delivered.
Would you look at that? The citizens of Yulmore engaging in what can only be described as manual labor. Who would have thought it possible? Do you know the most reliable way to deal with those who stubbornly refuse to see reason? You conquer them, crush them under heel. Such was the trusted method of Alak, and one still favored by Garlemald. But conquest is the easy part. The true challenge begins once the dust has settled, quenching the glowing embers of animosity and maintaining a semblance of peace. This requires the conqueror to treat the conquered with dignity, and the conquered to let bygones be bygones, a difficult feat to achieve. But you have achieved just that, to my considerable surprise. It's a compliment. Take it. Ah, the vibrant energy that fills the air when like-minded souls gather. To think back on that time before time, fair brings a tear to the eye. What? You thought ancient beings like us incapable of crying? Well, rest assured that if your heart can be broken, then so can mine. Back when the world was whole, we had family, friends, loves. Men knew peace and contentment, and with our adamant souls, we could live for an age. There was no conflict born of want or disparity. Our differences paled into insignificance next to all we had in common. And then there was Amarok. Never was a city more magnificent. From the humblest streets to the highest spires, she fairly gleamed. Not that you would remember any of this.
Remember?
Never mind. The point is, the world of old was a far better place than what we have now. I believe you would like it, having witnessed the things you have. Remember, you are of the Source. Unlike the half-men here, you stand only to gain. Should you survive the remaining calamities, you will become our equal. A complete existence in a complete world. But such talk is a pleasure for later. Back to work, hero. Ah, there was one thing I had meant to ask. How well do you know the XIV? Has he ever deigned to show you what hides beneath the cowl?
Yeah, that is the question, isn't it?
What? Never? Even to you? How very interesting. I shall enjoy working out what it means. Until next time.
I knew you could do it, dearest. I never doubted you for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
It's alive.
That it is.
I don't know if you remember, but when we first met in this world, I was all but spent. I never thought to wonder why until now. I think it all just got to be too much. The guilt of causing the flood. Knowing everyone hated me. But the worst thing was the solitude. Time wears you down. Aye. But solitude eats away at you. It was this close to finishing me off. But as bad as it got, and as empty as I felt, I can't even begin to imagine what it must be like for Emmett Selk. All of which is a long way of saying, don't make a choice that leaves you alone. Nothing is worth that. Especially not eternity.
Glad tidings, my friend. The ladder lives again.
The three of us have been invited to do the honors. Are you up for it?
Hurrah.
That's the spirit. Come on, then.
We rode the ladder too, my comrades and I. Once upon a time. Watched the horizon grow, and the town shrink below us. Awed and terrified in equal measure. We ascended without a word, the silence broken only by the rhythm of the gears. No one but me remembers that day. Remembers our journey and our end. Retread the path. Seek, and you may yet find.
Wait for the work to be completed. View from above. And here we finally are at top rung. The others should arrive ere long. Off enough. Peter, come up here. What could this be about? It's a view from above. That's the name. Once I get the so what's it? Okay, words. Ladder, this mechanism facilitates travel between producers, lowlands and highlands. The gears once driven by the tireless Talus of Daedalus Stoneworks. The apparatus fell into disrepair after said company retired its operations division. Developments which all but halted trade with the highland dwarves. Yeah, well, whatever I was going to say is gone now, so... Something about finishing off the dancer mission. There's a village, Peter, over to the map to the northeast. So there is. With after 2 decades of Adelada in operation, I would not be surprised such an isolated settlement has long since been abandoned. All right. Well, before I spy someone, leave it and proceed to head in our direction. All the while trying to remain unseen. Whoever this mysterious person is, it could still be out there. So I want to take a look, Peter. Running to the mysterious person. Remember the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target the figure and hit the X button. Peter located the mysterious person. However, it seems he likewise spotted you and hurriedly head back to the village. That's someone, right? And they were spying on us. Personally, I don't feel comfortable not knowing who they were. What do you say we investigate? I'm curious too, I must admit, and I dare say there's a bit of time ere the others ascend. It's settled then. Let's head to the village and see if it is indeed uninhabited. Scream! Oh, the great Lord of Realms. The Tarsus. indeed. The land of giants. Hear faint sounds from inside the building, however the door refuses to budge. Well, knocking didn't work. Food has been hung out to dry in the sun, quite recently by your reckoning. Their stuff's getting destroyed, but they didn't ask for help, so I'm not going to give it. It's so hard to see sparklies. This eternal light and whatnot. Half-empty cup. Cups are half empty or half full, depending on how you like to see things. Behind the counter, a kettle bubbles steadily over the stove. Well, best as I can tell, they all died 10 years ago. What news, Pieter? Were you able to find anything of note? People are definitely still living here. There's a kettle boiling over there. Indeed, there's no one to be seen. It is plain this village is anything but abandoned. If the villagers are trying to conceal themselves, they're doing a rather poor job of it. But they don't want you to be seen, so what are we to do? I say, aren't you the ones who saved my life? Hey-ho. Bill Tristle, the artist from Mulmore. You remembered. Ever since we parted ways, I've worried about you. Bound for the city as you were. Never did I imagine you would meet again. And here of all places. We could say the very same thing to you, my friend. I'm glad to see you hale and whole, but tell me, what is this village? Oh, this is Amity, a settlement made up for those who survived being exiled from Yulmore. Really? As I wandered the wilds, I chanced to cross paths with an inhabitant of these parts. He took me through a secret tunnel which led to the top of the Bright Cliff. I've been here ever since. Life is hard, but we know a semblance of peace. Well, we did, at any rate, till Mount Gulag broke away from the earth. Then, just as suddenly, the ladder started moving again. And you feared whoever was coming up would threaten your lives. Aye, but I see now there's no cause for concern. Well, will you tell me what has brought you all here? I sure will. Oh, so Valfrey's a sin-eater, and he's fled to Mount Gulag. That's a strange tale, but I have no reason to doubt your words. I owe you my life. If there's anything I can do to help, you need but say the word. Your help would be most welcome, Tristle. To begin with, we request your people's permission to reconnoiter the area. If we are to confront Volfroy, we must find a way to reach Mount Gold. Of course, you hardly need our permission to be here. I'll tell the others about you and yours. No, we haven't much to offer in the way of hospitality, but our village is at your disposal. Please use it as you see fit in your quest. the other hapless soul that Afinal saved from mortal danger, I see. Some things never change. At any rate, it seems that brother has a mind to linger. Meanwhile, I have a mind for us to explore. Piet and I are going to scout the area. We'll be back in a while. Oh, very well then. Just take care out there. Excuse me, sir. Have you seen a tall, skinny Hume girl in your travels? Not really. No? Do you think you might lend a hand in finding her, then? She has a terrible habit of wandering away when left to her own devices. Not the safest pastime when you consider the wildlife around here. I'll start looking near the ladder, but it would make me feel safer. It would make me feel better if I knew someone was searching along the cliff at the same time. Could you do that for me? Sure. Thank you. I've seen her walk off to the southeast before, so you might want to try that way first. If you do find her, please send her back to Amity. Listen, friend, I run off my feet here. I need someone to take stock of our remaining food stores, and you just volunteered. Nigh everything this village needs to survive is hauled up from the lowlands, and if that matters, don't settle down soon. Well, I won't be surprised when Wright and Stilltide begin hoarding goods instead of selling them. Not unless it's for an outrageous price. Anyway, that's enough speculation. I need estimates. Accurate estimates, mind you. From who's in charge of our edibles. Grains, grog, and meats. Off you hop. I'd say we have more than enough dried meat to go around. There was a peril in the hunt, but the haul was plentiful. Greetings, stranger, and well met. They say folk don't often go out of their way to visit Amity. Me, though, I came here with a mind to raise crops. Well, you don't think a man could farm this land. Well, you seem like a well-traveled lad. Why don't you head over to my fields back there? Take a look for yourself. I'd be curious to know what you think of my chances are obtaining this barren soil. Oh, we put a good dent in the liquor we got in the dwarves, so we might have to make do with water at some point. At least we have a fresh source from a river nearby. Probably wants an estimate. Well, I can tell you, not bloody much. We need to think of something because we're running low on both grain and beans. So, where do we stand? Well, not a lot of grain or beans, and we're running low on alcohol, but plenty of meat. Grain's a problem, then. Let's see if we can't trade our surplus meat and right for a few sacks of barley and the like. That'll get us through for the moment. We'll need to come up with a long-term plan. Well, I'll think of something. Thanks for doing the legwork, friend. Say, have you considered taking up work as a quartermaster? There is a crystal. I was checking. It's like, is there a crystal around here anywhere? Because I do want to go back, but I need the crystal to, bless you, to feel comfortable. The path diverges. Let's pick up the cover more ground. I'll go east to choose so carries to head west. We can aim to meet at the foot of the mountain, taking note of what we see along the way in a short while then. That's one way to get us to head back. Let me check something really quick. I think I could start the next mission, since I'm back here. Do you know? Selena, how glad I am to see you.
You're all right. Oh, what a relief.
Of course I am. I couldn't leave you all alone.
You'd better not. You really brought him back. I don't know how to thank you.
Still, I'm surprised the Queen Bee sent you. Perhaps he wasn't as angry as I thought. I used to work for the Bee as well, you see. But when the Queen Bee found out about our relationship, things became rather heated. I quit, and I've been eking out a living here ever since.
I didn't expect him to understand, but he did help when no one else would. So I will return to the Beehive as promised.
Allow me to provide the reward you were offered, along with my sincere gratitude. It is the least that I can do. Quest complete.
So what's the hold up with this, huh?
Ah, not high enough level. I'm only 79, I need 80. Got it. proceed to top run. Inspecting the dirt mound. The weeds refuse to grow here. Everything to be grown. The dirt is hardened and cracked. This dirt is bone dry. Paint spot has emerged. It's beginning to wilt. Peninsula. You alright? Oh, thank you, thank you. Hey, who are you? I am your savior? Oh, she sent you to find me, did she? My little brother lives down there, you see, and this place offers the best view of Gate Town. I wanted us to leave together, to give up being chosen, but he became obsessed with the idea of Yulmore. And when I heard about the fighting and such, I got so worried. And now here I am, causing the same kind of worry for my neighbors. My apologies, I'll be more careful in the future. There's Sylvan. So, what do you think of my crop? I mean, it's not dead yet. Oh, one of the seeds had sprouted. That's wonderful news. I had no such luck with my previous attempt. Yeah, well, even a small victory like that's worthy of celebration. Brings me one step closer to turning my little plot into a farmer's field I now dream of. A dream some say will never come true, and yet scratching here in the dirt has already brought me more fulfillment than ever I had in my empty life I felt in Yulmore. Not that I wasn't terrified when they first kicked me out of the gate, mind you. Exiled over some petty disagreement even, and destitute for all but a few pieces of jewelry I concealed upon my person. The sale of those trinkets brought me some meager wealth, which was largely gone toward my agricultural endeavor. And thus, should my crops fail to produce a harvest ere my funds are depleted, I shall be left with nothing in this world. Never felt so alive. Here, friend, a few coins for your service. Oh, my friend came back safe and sound, saying how she was saved by a stranger. I assume that was you. She seemed less brooding than usual. What did you two talk about? Oh, you know, this, that, and the other. I never knew she had a brother. Many here have lost their families. Maybe that's why she thought to keep it secret. But now that things in Yulmore have changed, we shouldn't have to creep around the lowlands like thieves anymore. Should be able to visit her brother openly. No more stealing away to peer over cliffs. Who knows? Maybe I'll even go along. She might need company on the road, and what else are friends for? I think I'll have a word with her right now. Thank you again, sir. Alright, let's see if we do better this time around. And there we go. you got? I look forward to it being Nam for you. If that turns out to be something that you really like, we'll get it more often. Okay, I died here twice, so we're going to go ahead and hit it with the damn sword. It does smell very good. The bread smells good. Good. Oh, I know. Life is so rough. Like, you don't understand how bored I am. What? I'm doing a mission. I'm just letting stuff happen naturally.
You're a sight for sore eyes. I don't know about you, but I bumped into quite a few sin eaters out there.
Yeah, me too.
You too, then. It seems the closer we get to Mount Gulg, the more of them there are. Looks a lot bigger from here, doesn't it? If I were Vorthri, the first thing I'd do is surround myself with as many sin eaters as I could lay my hands on.
Right.
And judging by the number we've already faced, his lordship is of the same mind. This is going to be a tough climb. But first things first. We need to determine if climbing is even an option. The more I look, the less likely it seems. Y'shtola is right to be worried. But flying may be our only choice after all.
There you are. Master Alphino was afeard you had met with some misfortune.
Urianger. And you too, XIV. What brings you here?
I wish to observe the final struggle with my own eyes. I arrived at Bottom Rung too late to accompany you, but I was in time to join Urianger and the others. Come, let us see how this unfolds.
Well, it seems flying is off the table.
Indeed.
If we have learned that much, then the Machina have served their purpose.
Ah, so that's what they were for. Wasteful, but effective.
It would seem our foe will not be reached by land or air. We must needs withdraw to consider another course. Master Alphino waiteth for us at Top Run. Thither should we make our way.
Alright, let's see if we can continue this quickly. Something looks like what we need to do. Alright. Okay, so this seems like something that can't be messed with at the moment. Yep, here we are at Spree. The great serpent would approve. Unexpected to the chase, yeah? I suppose it's well within there, right? At any rate, it's time to tackle our next little obstacle. Finding a way to reach Mount Gold. But for this, we need to put our heads together.
In short, there's no path, and the sky is thick with Vorthry's winged devils.
We might consider Amaro. But without extensive training, we cannot hope to contend with the Eaters. Yulmore's airship fleet, meanwhile, consists solely of transport vessels ill-suited for battle. And without the expertise of one such as Cid, we are in no position to attempt to refit.
Oh, it's so frustrating! That wretched mountain should jolly well come back down to us!
Now, dearest, we mustn't disturb these good people at their work. We've ridden the ladder and seen the sights. It's past time we took our leave.
The lady may well have the right of it. Mount Gulg will not soon come down to Earth, nor can we compel it to do so. But if the mountain will not come to the land, mayhap the land may be made to come to the mountain. In the form of a Talos. A Talos large enough to reach out and take the volcano in its grasp.
To build such a golem would be an onerous undertaking indeed. Yet the principle seemeth sound in itself.
Balderdash! No one has ever made one even half that size. Leaving aside the small matter of logistics, which, by the way, would be no small matter, the design would be unimaginably complex. Though, I suppose, if its only function is to cling to the ruddy mountain, perhaps it needn't be. A solid base, firmly rooted to the ground, sacrifice mobility to simplify the construction, reducing materials required. Wait, what am I thinking? We would still need a veritable army of people to do the work. Left to the crew that helped down below, it would take decades, if not a nice round century.
So we need more hands. And what sort of things would these hands be required to do?
Let's see. First, we need people to procure the stone for the chassis. The rock found near the mountain would suit our purposes well enough. It would be a simple task to quarry the stuff, but given the stupendous quantity required, we need all the help we can get.
We have friends amongst the miners of Armoring. I will go and petition their aid.
While you do that, I'll make for Mordsuk. I'm sure I'll be able to drum up some support.
Then I shall return to Calusia. From fishers to carpenters, Yulmore is home to all manner of talented folk. I dare say their skills will avail us.
Is there anything else you need?
Well, yes, actually. Magic. Lots of the stuff, as much as possible. To awaken a Talos of this size would require an entire congregation of mages.
Many among the Knights Blessed are gifted in the arcane arts. I will recruit them to our cause.
The Fey folk, too, possess surpassing aptitude in magics. Yet they are not wont to cooperate in the endeavors of men. Leastwise, not without making all manner of mischief. That being the case, I would instead call upon the people of the Crystarium, with thy permission, Exarch.
We are at your disposal, as are our Amaro and Chocobos.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me you can call on not only the people of Yulmore and the Crystarium, but the Knights Blessed and the Maw, and even those miners?
Yeah, we've made some friends.
But that's just about everyone in Ballynorvrand. Who are you people? And how did you come to have so many friends?
We weren't just sitting around eating all the time. Well, the artist often on his assist.
Oh, dearest, have you forgotten already? Alfino told us that when we first met.
Actually, that may not have been... never mind.
So, as you can see, you will not want for bodies. I trust you will have your design ready in good time for their arrival. Norvrant is counting on you, heir to Daedalus Stoneworks.
He only wants the status quo. That's all he wants.
Yep.
We'll be back as soon as we can, and we'll bring the whole world with us.
That sounds awesome.
I take it we will be assisting Master Chai, though I am quite sure he has everything under control.
Yep. Have the design ready, she says. In good time, she says. Does she even understand what's involved? Before I can even attempt to design anything, I need intimate knowledge of the land, the knowledge of the locals. Last I heard, no one lives here. It was actually cool for people with him. What? The things of the Amon exiled? But those people have every reason to know they're citizens like me. They couldn't possibly be willing to cooperate. This will never work. Never. I never should have picked that bloody lid. Never should have ridden it up here. Never should. Oh. Oh dear, Darling appears to have lost the plot. But he has it in him, Peter. He's the cleverest man I know. He just wants confidence sometimes. If you were to give him some words of encouragement, I'm sure he can give you your Talos. A bit of advice I learned from his mother. He responds poorly to obvious ways. You'll need to find some other way to stake the fires of his motivation. Awaken his sense of death. Two words that will best encourage Chinese. Or is it sequence which is sufficiently during the conversation. Encourage Chinese. It's my duty. He just plagued with self-doubt. I can't do it. No one can. And Talos of that size never even dreamed of it. Alfino once struggled to collect firewood. He did. Oh, but he's such a capable lad, brimming with confidence. I suppose even the most capable amongst us have struggles to overcome. So harbor some misgivings. But regardless of my own feelings, I can't do a damn thing without help from those villagers, and they're not bully likely to give it. Just as among them, you said so yourself, lest you've forgotten, we've essentially sent him to his death. Even if the others don't bear personal grudge, he would never forgive us. Well, not until you apologize. I'll come with you. If you were to, too, perhaps you would be willing to accept an apology. Wait, what am I even thinking, relying on others to fight my battles? It's disgraceful is what it is. It might even make things worse. To harbor some misgivings. And in the end, it's not even a question of forgiveness. Building such an enormous terrace is impossible, no matter how much contrition would change that. Even if by some miracle the people of Amity were willing to let bygones be bygones, they think the plan is absurd. I think it's absurd. What's absurd in the change that's come to Yulmore? I can't argue with that logic. Enormous as the task is, it's simply a matter of finding the solution to a practical problem. From that perspective, it's not entirely unrealistic. I have some misgivings. But realistic or no, there's no guarantee of success. There's risks to consider, should the venture fail. I imagine for a moment that we fail to reach Vothroy, and only succeed in provoking him. In this fury, he might well unleash his hordes of eaters, and then we'll meet a horrible end. To build Talos for battle. I've thought of that, I assure you, but I'm afraid Talos won't contend with Sin Eaters. If they could, I would never come to Yulmore. And nonetheless, I appreciate your earnest attempt to find a solution. It's feeling somewhat optimistic. It makes me wonder, what is it that drives you? Tell me, why did you throw yourself into the midst of such a grueling struggle? To protect those that I love. Oh. Indeed. What else could compel us to face such dangers? I too have someone I wish to protect, with whom I wish to live out my days in peace. He's burning with motivation. Duty complete. I've just broken my limit. Yes, by the gods, I can do this. I just need to have a little faith in myself. And if... Right. Let's head to Amity and speak to the villagers, with Tristram. My love, things are liable to become more dangerous. I want you to wait for me back in Yulmore. Oh no, wherever you go, I'm going too. Besides, you're not the only one who has to apologize. But they're telling what may happen out there. Oh, I don't know if I can keep you safe.
Oh, perhaps this is a bad idea after all. I don't think I have what it takes.
Master Chai, you are beset with doubt as proof that you can envision the task ahead. And that which man can envision, he can make reality. Thus did some old friends of mine once say. Even should it be a feat fit for the divine, something has been done before, and it most assuredly can be done again by our own hands.
Well, that's a little idealistic, don't you think? Ha-ha.
Perhaps, Master Chai, perhaps. But what is a man if not an idealistic creature? It's not an easy thing to achieve one's dreams. My friends can attest to that. Countless times did they meet with frustration in the course of their endeavors. No one could have found fault with them had they given up. Yet they never did. One step after the next, they forged on toward their goals, and for their determination they accomplished numerous feats that many believed lay beyond the reach of mankind. Like them, you are a man of science. Amidst your doubts, surely there is a spark of desire, the desire to make the impossible possible.
Come, darling, like the old days. I would be the first to see your Talos. And you shall be, my dear. I would have none other at my side when my great masterpiece awakens. Right then, to Amity. All right, let's go.
I'm glad my words struck a chord. Shall we?
Talos over here going, roar. You have every right to be angry with us. Please listen to what I have to say, though. I've been tasked with delivering these people to Mount Gog by means of a Talos hitherto of unseen proportions. However, I cannot do this without the cooperation of those with intimate knowledge of this land. That is, you and your fellow villagers.
Cooperation? After you ignored my desperate pleas and cast me out, you have the gall to come here and ask my cooperation.
You are very right to be upset. Volthree is not the one to blame for your suffering. We are. We were free citizens, without cares in the world, indifferent to the hardships of others. We didn't know what would become of you, and frankly, we didn't even care. But we now know that which you did. We now know that what we did to you, to full many, was wrong, terribly wrong. No words will suffice to make amends, but I want you to know that we are deeply sorry.
I'm not sure how I feel. Should I forgive you? Hate you? Perhaps it's not even my place to judge. After all, I sought a place in your city. I wanted to be you. Once. One thing is clear to me. all that is in the past, and I mustn't let past wrongs stand in the way of a brighter future. And so I will cooperate with you. Please see our friends to Mount Gulg. You have my word. I'll set to work on the design at once. Wouldn't do to have nothing to show the others when they return to help. Make no mistake, this venture is unprecedented in the history of Talos building, nay, the history of all mankind. But rest assured, this genius at Daedalus Stoneworks will deliver. That's good. Yep. Wicked white. Is there a problem? Well, you see, I've been promised people to procure the stone as well as imbue magic. Oh, I was put on the spot earlier. I thought that was all that was required. I forgot about one rather important item needed to bring a Talos to life. The crystal. The heart. Oh, that's right, the heart. I'm pleased to see you have some familiarity with the Talos. So while I work on the design, I'd be mighty obliged if I could see to procuring the ore with which to fashion a heart. The heart suitable for bringing a Talos to life, which shall embrace the very firmament. On those people who may be able to assist in your search for ore. You seek material for the Talos heart. I know people who may be able to assist. They are the Thalls, a dwarven family that have long mined this land. No one knows its bounty as well as they. If you explain your situation, I'm sure they'd be willing to cooperate. Indeed, it was one of them that showed me the secret tunnel at the top of the hill. Or the cliff, I think. You'll find the Thalls in their village to the northwest, a place called Tomra. When you arrive, seek an audience with Chief Zochman. Do not forget to greet him with a hearty lobby-ho. Permit me to join you, Theater. I will keep my joints limber. Mayhap I can provide some manner of assistance. With the heart of the two of you, then. The variety of ore doesn't matter so long as it's rich with flavor. I aim to have my designs complete by your return. All right. Probably. Follow this little dwarven road. Right? Like everything Lullabelle. So this is Tomra. Seldom do we see the dwarven folk at the Crystarium, to now be in the presence of so many. I shall enjoy not having to crane my neck for a change. Lally-ho!
Lolly ho. Go on. Call him a hoe. Lolly ho. A rousing greeting. You've certainly been practicing. Any road. Now that we've observed common courtesy, who are you and what are you doing here? At the recommendation of the denizens of Amity, we've come to seek the aid of the Thal family. May we ask to speak with Chief Hammett? Why, yes, you may. I am Hammett, and I bid you welcome to Tumra. It is the folk of Amity who sent you here, and you must be quite a telltale. Come, let us hear it. Once upon a time, I was left in a forest, and I defeated the bad guys. Well, and here I thought those below had no fight in them. Having said that, it's not like we know how to deal with that floating volcano and all the Sin Eaters neither. If you're serious about restoring peace to these parts, though, we'll gladly lend you a hand. Well, that's good. However, the kind of ore you're seeking is precious to us too. If I let you have it only for you to bungle things up and squander it, like no amount of ale will wash away that chagrin. First, I need to make sure you're worthy. By means of a trial, a trial most tricksy, passed down through the line of Thal. And what is this trial? Yeah, come with me and I'll tell you all. Well, whatever. Yeah, listen, brother. As you know, we're mining folk, and mining life, danger's a constant companion. So when we come of age, you guys must prove our readiness to take the state of mind. Thus we do by undertaking a trial which sets the three traits all good miners can't do without. Discernment, diligence, and dexterity. We call it the 3D Mine Runner. Now, this is my helm. Mark its features well. You'll be given a slingshot, which you must use to shoot dwarves and wear helms which are different. I've already made my necessary arrangements. You're ready to take the trial. Report to the observer nearby. Best of luck to you. Remember, if you fail the trial, you can try as many times as you'd like. So, green with golden horns. Laddie ho, you must be the challenger achievement. I'll show you to the rooftop at once. As I'm sure you've been told in 3D Mine Runner, you'll use a slingshot to shoot them as well as wear the wrong helm. Let's begin a spot of practice, shall we? Nice shooting. Keep it up in the actual trial, eh? Aye, that's the way. Next time it's the trial for true. Let me know when you're ready, eh? Ready for the trial? Right this way, then. That time they'll be them that wear the right helm. If you shoot them, you fail. Look carefully before you should let the stone fly. Well done. Punch over discernment and dexterity. Well done, well done. The trial never lies. You've got what it takes to be a miner. Run along then to the chief now and get on with putting on an end to all this strangeness of late. It's fine. That's some impressive shooting, lad, but consider me satisfied. It is plain you didn't come this far with luck alone, so I'll place my faith in you, and help you find the ore you seek. Did you know that Calusia is rich in sulfur? Well, it is. We've been mining this stuff since ancient times. And every so often, the self-same veins yield what's called earthseed, a rare ore steeped in magic. Time was, we used to refine earthseed with this and that, but the technique's been lost. The stuff's still out there to be had, though, provided you know where to look. And no place is surer than the Durganger's tomb. Problem is, the site's occupied by our age-old rivals, the gods. Pretty sad to claim the place as theirs and refuse to let any other buggers near. Oh, there's never more odious lot than them gods. I could go on forever about those hornless horsens, but we'll be here forever, and you won't get us nowhere. What it boils down to is this. If you want the Earthseed, you gotta deal with the gods. Reckon you're up to the challenge? The job is far worse. I'm sure we can find a way to obtain what we need. That's the spirit. Let's see. Help you find your way. You got one of those. You gotta have one of ours to go with you. I'll do it. I'll go with them. Gasp. You, Karuf. I couldn't help overhearing. I knew the Eaters had flocked up to Mount College, but I didn't know why. To think the last Light Warden's hiding up there. The fate of Calusia, no, the world hangs in the balance. Be some help, then I would want to do my part. Your zeal is commendable, lad, but it ain't so simple. There's Karuf. Young as he is, he's one of the village's finest miners. Lad's got an uncanny sense of where to dig, and his aim with a pickaxe is as true as any dwarves, but put him in the thick of battle and he couldn't hit the side of a mine cart if he was sitting in it. If all I needed to do was dig, he'd be your dwarf, but he's liable to become a senior breakfast before he can even manage a swing. It's true, I'm hopeless in the fight, but I still want to try. Please let me go with you. Please? I'll take care of you, you'll take care of the ore. Oh, thank you so much. I'll try my best not to be a burden. If you want to take Karuf, far be for me to stop you. Keep him safe, though, will you? We will most assuredly encounter sinews along the way. With you in our company, it'll be a bit more spectacle than a concern. Best accepted. Alright. Holy cow, look at that. The city pop. I'm gonna get some water, I'll be right back.
Like all of a sudden everyone suddenly knows who you are and what they're capable of. They're like, hey, how do you close?
Alright. Continue, let us. The Durganger's Duel lies in the cave to the east. I'm ready when you are. Not yet. We need a little submission to level up first. Lally-ho, can I interest you in some dwarven crafts? Other Calusian fineries? It only costs you a few bicolored gemstones. I will now trade with what's his name? Lally-ho, I've been hoping to speak with you, stranger. Would you be willing to help me in a simple task? something that I just can't ask anyone in Tumblr. Or whatever. You will. Oh, thank you. All I need is 3 pebbles from the upper Watts River. Slick and smooth. That's all. Nothing suspicious about that. Hope she'll be alright. Oh, well. Oh, lally ho. Sorry, I was off in my own little world there. I just kept chasing the sight of my best friend, meeting in secret from them filthy no-good gogs. If the others were to hear about this, her honor would be forfeit. So, can you believe I saw her heading out to Scree alone not a few moments ago? At least she had the decency to hang her head in shame. Please, stranger, I need you to convince her to stop this madness, or I keep the child's attention elsewhere. Lally ho. Say, you're the visitor, ain't you? Well, what do you reckon your chances are of smashing a combat automation? And that's my job, you see, making contraptions to protect the village from eaters and such. My latest and greatest invention is the Iron Beard Killer. Well, maybe not the greatest. As soon as I turned the bug around, it straightened up, twitched a bit, and raced right out the gate. And as much as I'd like to go after it, you never know what a phased automaton might do. What's worse, I turned this one to be extra aggressive. Like as not, I'd barely squeak out a lally-o, before he poked me to a bloody mess. I need you to forcibly disassemble the killer and bring me back its core. Last I saw, it was trundling away to the southeast. Here, you can use this lump of coal to pick your battlefield. The automaton is designed to refuel if the opportunity presents itself. Well, it's good stuffing your face with that. You can get the first blow in. And make it a good one. I didn't call it killer for nothing. Eh? Who? What? Oh, you're that traveler I keep hearing about. I mean, lally-ho. Almost forgot my manners there. Bad etiquette, that. Why didn't I make up for it by cooking those tasty steak dinner, eh? I'm thinking a nice cut of crumble. A cliff mold, that's what I mean. Aye, well, I suppose it doesn't sound too appetizing. The meat of an adult cliff mold is about as pleasant as chewing on your grandma's second favorite pair of boots. Friend of mine, though, he reckons the younger molds are tender and juicy as they come. What say you? Shall we put that claim to the test? Sure, whatever. Then we'll need to catch one first. The juveniles are said to stay near human areas, like caves and streams. I'm more of a cave kind of dwarf, but you can search the waterways. Oh, and they're apparently skittish, that. You need a plump grub to lure one out before you can stuff it in a sack. Right, here's your grub, here's your sack. Meet me back here and we'll set the pan of sizzling. Set the pan to sizzling? Whatever. Mole meat. Nobody does mole, man. Never felt love's piercing sting. What? There's this human girl. No, this human lady. Stabbed me right through the heart. I saw her on my way back home to the mines, and I've been dreaming about her ever since. They say love is a dance, eh? Well, I've been watching from the edges for long enough. I think it's time I took to the floor. We should be on our way to fetch water from the river soon. Yeah, I'm too nervous to approach her alone. Would you come with me? Please, you gotta come with me. Sure, whatever. Thank you. You're the best friend I ever had. And never had. Well, off to Broilwell Bridge for you. Off you go. Well, scuff my helmet. It ain't that traveler we've been hearing about. And the elders, more than a few to say. I'd be best giving you a proper welcome, eh? I'd best be giving you a proper welcome, then, eh? Lally-ho. Lally-ho. That's what I like to see, a lally-ho straight from the heart. I only wish my own boy would put some more effort into his lollies than his hose. He's always busy fiddling with his damned automata. No time for swapping words with folks of flesh and blood. Every dwarf knows the lally-ho's get a lally-ho. If you ask me to become an outcast, my mother does worry, she does. And that's only the half of it. I know it's a strange ball life to go through, but little buggers have to argue over every word I say. Well, I just had the most clever idea. Why not listen to me or the other villagers, but maybe, just maybe, the curiosity of a stranger will win over that sour attitude of his. Worth a try, don't you think? Please, befriend my son on it. Just get him used to giving him proper greeting, that's all I ask. And I tell you, he's really a marvel of automata. If you end up getting along, he might even show you a few of his stranger contraptions. I just about bloody had it. No more. I'm not standing by and seeing the steps go unanswered. What's this? Yes, what am I angry about? What's about them blasted knockers, lady? Those grabby bastards latch on anything. Oars, hammers, my favorite bloody pick, and drag it off, back to their nests. And what for, I ask you? Little buggers don't even have a concept of value. I swear there'll be no end to this, until I teach them the error of their ways. Here's the deal, friend. Help me catch some of those thieving pests, and I'll see you paid for your trouble. Are you in? Sure. Good. I'll be going south, and you head east, until you find a couple of knockers and knock about. Once they're wheeling, use this wire to bind those wriggling limbs of theirs, and then bring them back here to the village. I will. Lally-ho. Oh, couldn't have chosen a better time to visit. Those vile gods have stolen away my precious automaton. Automaton? Yeah, there we go. Stolen her away and stashed her in some cluttered corner of her village with the rest of the ill-gotten goods. Problem is, I'm a drinker, not a fighter, and I doubt I could creep past their guards without one of them seeing me. That's where I need your help. If a V's like you were to walk in and distract them, then I could smuggle out my automaton and no one would be the wiser. I mean, you shouldn't be in danger. Gags and thells are mortal enemies die, but they don't attack each other on sight. Usually. Let's move a little closer to Comrade. Get this rescue mission underway. Don't you worry, my little bucket of bolts. We'll soon be home again. So many nations. You heard the latest rumor out of Comrade. The strangest find in recent memory. The actual details of what's said actually have yet to emerge. If you do happen to come across any juicy tidbits, I'd be keen to hear it. The suspense is killing me here. Lally-ho, well, dent my helm with a knocker's ass. You got yourselves a visitor, a stranger from a strange land. If I'm to welcome you properly, Tamra, I'd best be teaching you our ways, eh? That starts with paying respects to Zugat's statue. What? You wouldn't know the rats from the rabbits, would you? The Zugat I'm referring to is the ancestral chiefs, the mightiest warrior in Thal history. You remember that name, Matt? Now, first things first. We need to prepare the offering. It involves you bringing me a couple of soul stones from them rock-headed gnomes out in the screw. You don't have to get flattened, eh? Lally-ho. Say, ain't you that traveler everyone's been talking about? Nice to you. Well, lally-ho again, and welcome to Tamra. I'm going to treat you to some Thal hospitality, and I'll not take no for an answer. First things first, we brew some dwarven ale together. Aye, that'll be a lark. And now, most folk make their ale from barley, but not us dwarves. We use seeds, harvested from the magma grass that grows in the slopes of Mount Gulg. Them weeds drink in the free air from the moment their heads poke out the dirt, the moment they wilt and die. Guess their grog a tingy flavor, even the taste of that barley-brewed stuff. Now, let's give you a full experience, shall we? Head off to the village and pluck me 4 or so good-sized magma blooms. They're crammed right with seeds, don't you know? Run it! Look, we got a visitor. Why don't you say hello? Who are you then? What, you got something to say to me? What are you looking at, punk? Lally-ho. Oh, you know our greeting. Lally... Oh, run it, my lad. You can do better than that. Head up, eyes front, no need to be shy. I'm not being shy, I'm stoic. Yeah, if you say so. Now, run it. Is everything else all right? You seem to be looking for something. Oh no, it's just, sort of lost my hammer. What? Of all the irresponsible, careless, foolish... Well, these things happen.
Rennett's hammer has been in the family for generations. It's a priceless heirloom. It once belonged to Watts, the blacksmith of legend himself. Well, if you're just standing around enough for it, my boy, find that hammer. We'll do what we can to help. Right, why don't you have a chat with some villagers for me and ask if they've seen Rennett's hammer. Just remember your dwarven manners and all will be well. They call them lollies, ho. It is free. Your eyes lit up in your arrival. Lally ho, you're a visitor from some faraway land. Tell me, friend, do you like explosions? Who doesn't like explosions? That nervous thrill when you toss a bomb you just made. The satisfaction of shattering a shelf of bedrock into tiny little pieces. I pity the poor souls who've never known such joy. You're a worldly lad, aren't you? Promise me not to lecture me about danger and scaring the beardlings like my mixed-up neighbors. I'll tell you to test my latest batch of explosions. Oh, why not? Take these beauties and throw one off the bedrock east of the village. The explosion's a reward in itself, of course, but if you're lucky, you might also hit a seam of ore. Bring that promising chunks back to me, and I'll let you know what you've found. Real quick. There's more down this way. Oh, you want to fight? And that's how I got it. You went weird with me then. Lolly ho. Oh, that's a fine lolly ho you got there, lad. I like you. Run it. And that's the sexy stuff left old Walt's hammer, has he? Well, lucky for him, I got the old gentle dwarf picked it up. It's time to get back to work then. Good day to you, stranger. You're talking to me. Lolly ho. What's this? A perfect lolly ho? You know no traveler I see. The hammer I picked up. I just recognized handed over to you out of safety. They were saying it belongs to young Raleigh. He could be such shouty, that boy. Do you think you could take it back to him for me? Sure. Yeah, that's my part done then. Got far enough away to get through that.
Look, there she is. This is it then. I'm gonna have to say it right there before I'm a big beard. I'm gonna have to stay right here because I'm a big bearded coward. I need another favor from you. Will you ask her if she is wed? And if unwed, what manner of man makes her swoon? Oh, and make sure to be subtle. Aren't you the man who was traveling in Alphino? He surely spoke very highly of you, you know. Said he admired both your strength of arm and strength of character. Now, what could such an admirable fellow want of a simple girl like me? Well, what kind of man do you want? Am I wed? Well, no. And I've no prospects to speak of neither. Amity is not exactly bursting into the scene with suitors. Alright. And the man you want? If I were to pick a suitor, gracious me, you are forward, aren't you? Well, what's on the inside that counts, isn't it? Well, it hopes to meet a soul filled with warmth and kindness. Someone much like how often you described you, I suppose. You've got to be exactly like me. What did she say? You're like me. She did. I guess I brought an ally, not a rival. Well, you heading back then. Getting right to me, and then help with do you untape your counsel. You see those two lookouts? Just walk up to them, bold as you please, and give a hearty lally-ho. Once you have their attention, tell them, oh, I don't know, there's a stinky stall hiding about nearby or something. Has to get them moving. Then I'll tiptoe in, grab my automaton, and meet you back here. I can neither confirm nor deny that this has been discovered untold value. There are only a select few who are allowed to see for themselves. That said, there may come a time when I find myself completely and utterly fascinated by that pile of rocks over there, and will be completely oblivious to anyone attempting to sneak past. You're a man of the world, aren't you? Don't make me say it plain. Look at my hustle, you stupid out here. You, the imbecile, give me the guard 10,000 gifts. Then you, the imbecile, get to walk past me, the guard, and see the amazing find. Got it? 1,000 gilts, sure. There you go. That time you started playing by the rules. Valley wasn't a blazing head you think you're doing, man. Is that the way a guard should behave, is it? No, sir, he's the chief, sir. No Russians for you tonight. Chief, no. Mercy. Mercy. It's not fair to you. A dwarf toils day in and day out for a pittance, only to try and make it into something extra on the side, and we'll get it. Right, anyway, bugger off. Let me pass it to the chief's permission, which I know you ain't got. Wait, don't tell me. I assume you came all this way to put in for a position. Sorry, but it's already been filled. I don't know what they say about assumptions. Don't go playing silly buggers with me. The queer ruins you found deep in the cavern, through the tunnel over there. The one filled with all kinds of machina. The point we started calling it Bloody Machina Graveyard. Yes, well, we were looking to hire another guard, but the position's been filled by the fellow that tried to swindle you a moment ago. So you're out of luck, I'm afraid, but chin up, lad. This time will come again soon enough. Since you're here and still employed, mind delivering a message for me? It's for two youngins in Comra, Anad and Kanad.
Brother and sister, twins. Fond of wearing white and black. Twin thing, I suppose. The message is as follows. Lally Bleeding Hoe. This ain't a place for children to be messing about. Stay far, far, far away, or else. You got it? You got business with this? Yeah, apparently I'm supposed to tell you a message. The chief put you up to this, and you agreed? Haven't you got anything better to do with your time? Wait, those garments. Quite confident and powerful neck muscles scuffled by a lifetime of nodding. Look, the sinner everyone's been talking about, sister. He's the guileless fool I've been waiting for, the perfect patsy. Good thinking, brother. Let's get right to it, then. Ahem. You wouldn't happen to be that kindly stranger everyone likes and adores. You are, aren't you? Perhaps you'd be willing to do us a teensy little favor. Of course you would. My brother and I are conducting some highly secret research at the moment, and we've hit a dead end. To continue, we'll need to get our hands on an automaton core. Good luck with it. Don't be silly. Everyone knows you're the just sort of generosity. A sinner who cannot help but render aid to his fellow sinner in the hour of need. Not fame nor fortune or any other reward, or simply the joy of it. Am I wrong? Not completely. This is another one of those moments where it doesn't really matter what I have to say, is it? Now you're on the trolley. The core we require is being stored to other sundry materials in the cliffs above us. Once you have it, bring it to my sister. Looking for trouble, stranger? Nally ho, what brings you to come there? I don't know this, that, and the other. What? Thinking of the ugly troll, I'll catch you that bugger boy with a piss-drenched beard and knock his chin clear into next week. Lally ho, what can a god do for you? Oh, you know this, that, and the other. Dog, here? Ah, you did better let me know. Our student takes care of this liquor. That is the sinner now. And is that the core I spy in your hot little hand? Yeah, brilliant. All we have to do is go now. All we've got to do is sell this for a small fortune, and we're one step closer to seeing our plan for world domination of tradition. Not Valley Naomi Domination Ho. Oh, right. That was a close one, brother. Now then, for our next request. Lolly, what in the hell's you two up to, ho? I'm thinking about taking advantage of the good sinner. I'll tie both of your hides and toss you from the top of old White Oil Falls. Now, get you gone. Yeah, yes, sir. Sorry about that. They don't know any better, and I come to them doing all their own. No parents. They lost more than most, you could say. More than anyone else ever should. Anyway, I've got a meeting to ask. Everyone says you're the soul of generosity, a sinner who cannot help but render aid to the fellow sinners in the hour of need. Not for fame or fortune or any reward, but simply for the joy of it. Am I wrong? I swear he has just repeated nearly word for word with those two. Never mind. We're short of a lantern at the dig site. Should be another of the caves across the village. Mind going and fetching it for me? Of course you not. Once you've got it, bring it back to me at the dig. Oh, and don't worry, I'll see you compensated for your troubles. Yeah, I'm missing my lantern. Well done, lad. You did your best to perfection. As you can see, the rescue was a success. Come back to Tamra and you can talk for wood. There you are. I presume the lantern you're holding is yours truly. It's for yours truly. Much obliged here in the descendant for your trouble. Never let it be said a dwarf with character doesn't pay his debts. Anyway, we've nothing else to discuss. Just piss off already. We want to see the ruins. Please, please, please. No. It's dangerous enough that it's. Even if I were the sort of man who could be bribed, which I'm not, I'd be shocked if you two had anything valuable enough for me to risk my neck looking the other way. Why are you and everyone else so bloody obsessed with trying to get a look at the caverns with this mysterious machina anyway? It's just bloody scrappy, isn't it? No, it's so much more. Based on our research, we have reason to believe the ruins contain... Actually, shit, how many times can I tell you? We nearly gave them away. It's supposed to be our secret. Oh yes, right. So hard sometimes to contain my enthusiasm. Nothing. These ruins contain nothing of value whatsoever. We shall leave you to your affairs, honorable sir. Good day, and bid you fair weather. Honestly, I'm beginning to hope there really is nothing of value in here, for all the trouble it's causing. But as if it was to say that nothing else to discuss, and you'd be best to be on your way. It's dangerous to wonder about that you dig. You won't want anyone to get hurt. You know. something bear drop. And grab it. Chunk of twinkling ore. Alright. Let's head back. A lot of stuff to turn back in. Well, could be left behind. Holy cow. Oh, anything pretty left behind? Got some twinkling ore. Oh, you know what this is? Not really. Iron ore. It's a bit shiny eye, but otherwise not special for this area. Now for the important part. How was the boom? Wasn't it just the most amazing feeling ever? Boom! See, I knew you'd appreciate a good explosion. Here, a few coins for the ore. Thanks for testing the bomb. Huh? Why are you still here? I guess a hammer. Wait, this is my hammer. Well, you look at that. You see, Runnit, given the right and proper greeting, the folk will be glad to share a bit of kindness. Could be you've got a thing or two to learn from Peter there. Are you lecturing me again? Well, maybe you're not such a bad sort. I'll put the hammer in a safe place somewhere. I mean, to a famous smithy myself someday, so I'd best not use it again. I'll leave it to you then. I know my boy's not the easiest to get along with Peter, but he sure could use a friend like you. I don't need a friend. I don't need anyone. We're not going to be friends, understand? You can stay around a little longer if you want. So, what now? You're staying around then. Not that I care. And since you're here, I might as well show you one of my favorite automata. I present you the invincible, unstoppable Megasonic Frog Boy. He may not look very different from the other models, but I've upgraded him from the new features I invented. Behold! Lally-ho. Lally-ho. I only need one la. You only need one la. Well, pretty amazing, huh? I suppose. Hey, what's that look for?
Oh, I see. You're thinking he can greet some overgrown toy just fine, but he's too scared to talk to actual people. Well, you just don't understand me, okay? You don't understand me. I got better things to worry about than minding my manners. You help me out with that stuff, though, and maybe I'll forgive you for underestimating me. Just this one time, though. So, I need you to take this coal to Hemet. She's one of the village elders, and her automaton is due for some fuel. Alright. Quest accepted. Here, Horace. Well, you pluck them blooms like I asked you. Ruin time's a waste. I have enough to see stuff in my hand and then some. Good work. Next part of the process is a bit tricky, so I'll leave that to next part, which will be me. Don't wander away just yet, my friends. There's still more of our traditions than picking sparkly flowers. We're just getting started. These are almost set to ferment. I need now some tasty nibbles to complement the booze. What's that look for? A dwarf can't live on grog alone. A dwarf can't live on grog alone, though for some they lack of trying. Anyhow, the traditional side dish to a point of dwarven ale is a nice big plate of dried iguana tails. Lizards don't just hand over the body parts, of course. You have to go chop them off yourself. It's something of a custom to show them your best trophies and share them with your fellows from drinking time. A real bonding experience. You'll find iguanas and their tasty tails to the southeast of town. 2 should be enough. Same as the scale killing so bloody huge. Oh, did I not mention that? Well, good hunting. Let's have them soul stones then. Where's your soul stones? Now, let's get my hammer right there and ever so delicately crack those 2 in the powder. And there you have it, some lovely bottles of stone beer, seasoned with a sprinkling of gnomish soulstone. It's the soulstone that puts the stone in the brew. I mean, how else do you expect a statue to drink it? Now, for the ceremonial bit, you take these bottles and empty them into the 4 sides to get the statue over there. Every last drop, mind you. Spoke around Comet, did you? Learn anything about that big find? Not really. A machine graveyard, interesting. Could be the beginning of a great and grand adventure. Or an utterly nonsensical one, though it doesn't have the appeal of a great Marlowe. Lally-ho, you must be the visitor Hammett was talking about. What can this old lady do for you? Oh, you know, this, that, and the other. Oh, a little errand to run it, are you? That's nice. I can't get around like I used to. With this bent back of mine. Would you mind feeding that coal straight into the desert spirit over there? Put some cobalt coal in there. Pour a lot in there now, you. Thank you, dear. You're as kind as I love it. When he heard that my back was running to give me trouble, that fine young lad went and hammered together that oddly shaped helper here. Hardly a day goes by that he stops by and stop past to see if it's working properly. He's a surly boy, but his heart's in the right place. It's just a pity he handles his failures with frustration. If he persevered in his greetings instead of lashing out, I'm sure he'd be capable of a lively lally-ho. Anyway, I'm surprised he asked you to bring up my fuel. Never known him to do that before, not with anyone. I have a feeling you'll be the one to get through to him, lad, so be patient if you can. Thank you again for the delivery.
Before the storm brewing of the base of the statue, it almost believably see a smile flickering across the inmate's face. Ever since they've been dwarves, it seems the gods have hated the thalls. Although I'm not quite sure why. Well, I know why we hate the dogs. Their beards are unkempt, they're scraggly messes, the bastards dig in our minds without so much as a by your leave. Yeah, I make that dead boil. Next time they come around, I'll be waiting with an automaton army. We'll make them wish they never left Kamra, the thieving, scourging curs. Okay. Well, I must have got your reward. And I'll be keeping a closer eye on my dear country here. Don't you get it? I was wrestling with the idea on my way home, and I've come to a conclusion. To win my lady's heart, I need to be more like you. I'll travel the world and make myself a man worth marrying. I think I need to have a word with your chief. Well, thank you again for coming along, friend. Aye, nicely done, lad. Nicely done. You may have noticed that we thalls like a drink or two, and seeing the great Vigid unable to host a tankard on account of him being a stone statue brings a tear to my eye, and so we honor his memory with a brew we love to death. Here's a chief amongst the thaw during the time of the flood, a true dwarf among dwarves. It was him that ousted the bastard warrior of light, and brought our people together at a time when division meant death. Aye, we wouldn't be here now if it weren't for Rugged. I thank you for showing him the proper respect. That's what I do. You delivered the code to him again. I guess. Wait, she didn't say anything strange about me, did she? Anyway, thanks for the help. Maybe you and I can be friends after all. Maybe I could. Oh, that means we're friends now, right? What about the stuff? That's good then. It's just never had it been before. I'm not sure where we go from here. I was wondering though, where did my mother bring you to see me? Teach you how to lollipop. Was it all her idea? Is that why you've been so nice to me? Yes, even if that was true, you know that's good source for agreeing to it. I know my mother worries about me being alone all the time, but I can't even talk to her without getting different. How can she expect me to get along with anyone else? You've met lots of folk in your travels, haven't you? Got some tricks to help you talk to other villagers. I'd like to hear it. You know, this might be the longest conversation I've had in a good while. Maybe because we're friends now, eh? Talk to me if it's good, in that case, I'll need your help after all. I think I can stand to have anyone else watching over me. You do have one of the best lally hoes I've ever seen. So I'll have you guiding me. Maybe I have a chance to improve. I can't skip straight to beating people, spending time on my automatons and causing problems in the first place. No, my only option now is monsters, preferably one shaped like a person. Come on then. I'll have to find the practice part. Alright. We're back. think I'll spin for about another 30 minutes or so. Let's see. Twitchy lad there should do the trick. As long as I don't make myself a threat, you shouldn't have any reason to attack him. Hey, you there, too late. Look at me when I'm talking to you. Wait, that's not right. The greeting. Gotta practice the greeting. Lally... Lally... Lally, hey! Big lump of useless garbage. Oops. I didn't mean it. Take back the garbage. Ah... That wasn't part of the plan. Hi, Kitty. Yes, I know. cold against coil and equipment. All I can say. That's set. And the light fades, and then turns back on. The juvenile clipnote I see rarely, tend to show its wriggling grub, and there is Cliffmore trundles happily into the sack and begins feasting on the grub. They're a little guilty, but hey, you know what? The grubby grub world. Save the line. I made him up a thing. I'm sorry. Oh, damn it all. The deepest mine shaft. What's the problem? Why can't I do it? I'm a bloody dwarf, isn't it? I'm a bloody dwarf, ain't I? Need to rally this spirit. Isn't that right, kitty? Meow. for them. Oh, whatever. Here's one of the food. Ah, the mighty lizard hunter returns. What have you got for me? We have some lizards. One of them. Oh, look at the sight of nippling beauties. Once we set out those to dry, they're shrinking and enhance the flavor so you can enjoy the full lizardy goodness with every mouthful. And speaking of flavor, I've got the seeds steeped and sealed. And for the next step, we'll need to store the ale and beer in a brew house so it can ferment somewhere cool and dry. You up for it? Of course you are. Let's roll this barrel into the ale one. And she'll be happy to be here for it. Couldn't find many more small ones. What about you? There you go. Well, look at that. And they're first dry, too. I just get a fire going and... Wait. Those big round eyes, that lovable face. How could anyone eat such a precious dumpling? I can't do it. Not even the best steak in the world. Have this corned beer trouble, but dinner's canceled. Alright, well, thanks anyway. From this day forward, I'll raise you as my own. I'll feed you and pet you and call you Clippy. Nice. Aye. There's your ale. I'll give you first time looking at the brewing presses, are you? Good for you, lad. There's nothing better in this life than making a grab ale. It's certainly an experience. Trust me, man. The more you work for it, the better it is. And the last step is nearly soothing, I promise you. Go on with you then. Give it your best, hero. You're back. And you left retreating that ore. There you go. Alright, looks in good shape. I can start building a new model straight away. This here stone, just both heart and mind for the automaton, you see. It defines more than just basic behavior, but personality as well. It ain't no easy feat making one that suits fully for battle. Let me tell ya, I'd rather pull my beard strand by strand and start again from scratch. That was, what, 8 shell automaton? Yeah, I'll be right this time. Thanks for saving me all that extra work. Never be a proper dwarf. Rally, System Valley? You can do this. You came after me. You really are a kind soul, aren't you? And I'm still kind of a prickly sort. But I do dream of helping the other villagers with my smithing skills, just like the other Grey Watts did. And just like I spent a whole life tinkering with automatons instead of learning how to speak to folk. I've always been kind of awkward. And that got worse when I realized people were avoiding me. It made me angry, made me throw up walls and shut others out. Then it wasn't long before no one would come anywhere near me. Soon you'll have to leave too. Then I'll be all alone again. You're overthinking the greeting. Just put your heart into it. You're still trying to help me? Aye, but maybe you're right. A clumsy lollyho will tell folks I'm open but friendly. Might be better lollyho at all. Might be better than no lollyho at all. Right, my mind is made up. I can do this. Be the dwarf I need to be. You'll be out there with me, though, right? Sure.
I'm ready. Are you ready? I'm going back to that village and give them my best lally-ho. You are convincing, aren't you? Well, I better come to defend you, folks. Well, here we go. Even hobgoblins on it. Are you mad at me or something? I can't give up yet. Maybe someone quieter. Gently now. Take a halt. What about finding the brew house? Good. I'd say we're ready then. Time to learn the most important part of brewing and drinking dwarven ale. Righto, first batch of ale is brewing. There's no nibbles ready. There's nibbles ready to be nibbled. Can't exactly ask you to stand there until the fermentation's done. That's still moons away. Well, I did educate you on the finer points of dwarven drinking culture. Aye, a final lesson. Now, here in Tamra, there are 3 keys to a successful drinking party. The first is a good drop of ale, like it's not saying. The second is a table laid with tasty meats. And the last, and possibly most important, is a raucous drinking sauce. Go on, lad. Have a chat with some of the locals, and don't come back till you've learned the words of our favorite booze-time ballad. I had a time of drinking song. I never recall quite how it goes, but I do love it when we shove Tally-Ho together. Every time I've been hearing that ditty since they were children. You only need one dwarf to start singing, and soon the whole village will join in. There's no grander feeling than hoisting your mug and yelling the loudest lally-ho. Lally, 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 eek. I give it back to Runners, I swear. I don't have your hammer. The best of it. Maybe I should just stick to my automata. No, you have to be able to lolly. No, I can do this. I won't let you down after all you've done for me. A drinking song, back you needn't bother the lyrics, as long as you remember the lally-ho at the end. Hello, young Rennet. Is there something you needed? Lally. You can do it, Ronit. Lolly that hole. Lally-ho. Lally-ho! Yeah, good job. Lally-ho. Now that's what I'd call a greeting, dear. Well done. Never heard such a lally-ho like that before, Rennet. You damn near knocked me off my feet. I almost thought you were going to strike old Hemet there. How ridiculous. Our Rennet would never do such a thing. He's a bit excitable, I'll grant you, but those angry words don't speak for a sweetheart. Who do you think dreamed up and built my helpful automaton here? He's even strong enough to help me should I need it. Now, Rennet, you've shown what you can do. How about you give a nice greeting to these good folk as well? Lally-ho. Huzzah. Lally-ho, Rennet. I fear I may have misjudged you. Lally ho! Ah, good greeting is so reassuring. And here I thought you didn't like me. Nor me. I had the time to see the plans for the helper you built. An automaton strong enough to carry a full droid dwarf. That's incredible. Of course, I don't dislike any of you. I'd be glad to share you how I built my inventions. That's a promise, then. We'll be seeing you run it. Bye now. I can't believe it. Good for you, dear. I think a little gratitude toward your friend here might be in order. Now, if you'll excuse me, this old lady has things to do, and nary enough time to do them in. Of course. Did you see that? I did. I greeted people. I greeted them proper like. And they greeted me back. Folk want to talk to me for the first time in my life. It's all thanks to you. Oh, you've come to meet my mother again, so I can introduce you to my friend. Really isn't all that big a deal, but okay. Oh, hello, you two. Lally ho. Lally ho. Well, polish my helm and shine my horns. Run it. You've learned how to give a proper greeting. Nothing to it. A little help from my friends. I got by with a little help from my friends. Well. What did I tell you, huh? I knew you'd be good influence on my Ronin. You have done for him what his own mother couldn't, and for that I'm deeply grateful. I never thought I'd see the day. That's the oddest thing. After I banished the first Lally-O, the next one came easier. Now I never want to stop. Well, I guess it's got places to be. Just be sure to come back and visit sometime. And not that I'll be lonely or anything. I'll see you soon, Peter. You've learned the emote, Lally-Ho. Oh, yeah. Good old Lally-O time. Yeah, they only told you a bit about the Lally-Ho. Well, I suppose they are. The verses do get a bit muddled. Might as well be more than one version. But no matter what words you sing, you get to the rousing Lally-Ho, all your worries keep you milky eye. You ever find your troubles bringing you down, you come back to old Palmer. He'll soon lift your spirits, with a nail in hand and a Lally-Ho in your lips. Peter, I was hoping you'd come to see me. Lally-Ho. Lally-Ho. After you left, I said a Lally-Ho to every soul I could find, and now the whole village has started talking to me. A couple of the lads are even helping me invent some new automata. I am on my way to becoming the most famous smithy in Tamra. But if I'm to be a truly legendary blacksmith, there's one little thing I'm missing. What's that? A good old drop of grog. Ain't the old Tamra's booze are bad, You get my hands on an extra fine fermenting beverage, I reckon my work will truly pay off. Any idea where I could find a barrel of the good stuff? Yeah, back over there. Right here. And this drink wants to put in the village on the map, eh? Well then, let's take a trip down the cliff and have a chat with their leader. You're coming with you, ain't you? I think that's going to be enough for today. I think I'm
Caden cast. Alright, so that'll be all for today, and we'll pick this back up next Sunday, possibly next Saturday, to get some side quests and stuff out. So thanks so much for watching. I hope you have a wonderful day.